good man, but because he's not funny, you gotta throw that out. Sometimes a woman can talk her out of a relationship. You can talk. We do that.
Yes,
we will talk.
I'm gonna say something, and this might ruffle little feathers. I don't think just being a good man is enough to stay in a relationship with them.
But when I say a good man, I mean like he's good. That means all around. That means himself, spiritually, mentally, physically.
That's great.
Healthily, like he's a good man.
That doesn't mean that he's the man for you. And maybe when you're going through these motions of getting to know him, you're realizing, okay, he's a great person, but honestly, I don't fuck with his humor. Like he could be funny, but he's not funny.
And that's why a lot of modern women are getting 40 with 4 cats and no man, because he's a good man, but because he's not funny, you gotta throw that out. Sometimes a woman can talk.
Oh, baby. All right, listen, welcome guys to the open panel. We're talking to you guys today about is being a good man enough in 2023? Are women asking too much? We had a Sunday panel where the men spoke and gave their opinions and gave their thoughts. But today is the open panel. Both men and women can come up here and have a discussion. Look, you don't have to turn your camera on, but you will need to turn it on when you're behind the scenes. So if you click on the link, you don't have to show your face on camera on the actual platform. But when you're behind the scenes, I will ask you to put your camera on just so I can see you, so we're safe, knowing that when you get on, I know who you are at least, right? Just to kind of save the madness from last time. Listen, this topic is a very interesting one. It's a very insightful conversation, because I think the ladies were asking on Sunday gone by, what is a good man? What does a good man look like? You know what I mean? Like, what's our definitions of what a good man is, etc., etc. There's a whole bunch of different topics that were a whole bunch of different questions that were actually given. So I'm gonna invite you guys. Listen, look, I'm opening up the platform. You don't have to show your face, okay? So you can come up here. You don't have to show your face online, but just behind the scenes, I'll ask you to put your camera on just so I can see you. And then when you get I'll put you on the platform. You can go dark if you need to, if you don't want to be seen as well, right? So we want to talk about this subject. If you're new to the channel, do me a massive favor, like it, share, subscribe, click on the bell button for notification of the uploads. We appreciate you guys. Stay locked and stay loaded. We gonna jump into this situation as well. So we're already getting some comments in the chat as well. Let me make sure I put this on our screen so you guys can join. Okay, open panel. Have your say. Link is pinned. Lovely. Okay, cool. So yes, let's see some of the comments that you guys have come with. Okay, so you're saying Angel Eyes says it's the same thing as men can come across a good woman, but she not be for him due to looks or maybe even personality. Okay, cool. I like that. Shaneri, I heard girl in a tan dress though. Just because you're a good man doesn't mean y'all compatible. For real. And so he's not the one for you. Okay, I'm hearing you. Another round says being a good man doesn't always equal to being a good partner. Just anybody and everybody. I hear that. Good doesn't mean compatible. I honestly think it all boils down to that. Okay, I'm hearing you, that Susanna. I'm hearing you. So another round said I'm good with women, but I'm not for everybody. Okay. Dorica says, why does it seem like here lately married women seem to be speaking down to single women as if they don't have anything to offer in conversation simply because they're not married? I don't know. Why do they do that, ladies? You tell me. Oh crap. I don't know, you tell me, ladies, what's going on in the atmosphere? Why are people just not why are they not opening their mouths to say what they're saying? You tell me. You gotta let me know. I don't know. I guess they're feeling some type of way, and you know what, they want to try and they want to show that I've got the ring, and it's how you get the ring. You know, some people like to show people up once they get something. You know, sometimes they want to show people up. Or maybe sometimes people do really care about other people and they feel like, you know what, I do want to tell people stuff. I want to let them know how I did it. I just want to be able to help. You know what I mean? You know. Oh, let me send this as well. Okay. Man. All right. Cool. So let's see. Dr. Bursa, good at what? Good at what? Good as whom? Good where? People are layered. Okay, I hear you. DD says, is it speaking down or share information? DD, why are you not coming up to share your thoughts? DD, I want to hear your thoughts. Come up to the stage and give us your thoughts. Guys, you guys are chatting in the chat and I love it. I want you guys to come to the stage. You don't have to show your face, but we want to hear your thoughts. Click on the link and get involved with the conversation. You know what I mean? Let's have you guys' thoughts. Let's get a conversation going. You feel me? Let's get a conversation going because I want to be able to hear your thoughts in full. You know what I mean? I want to hear your thoughts in full. Suzanne, I want to hear your thoughts in full. You know what I mean? You're here, you've written 3 messages, 4. I need to hear your thoughts in full. Oh, Didi's in Japan. Wow, D. Wow. Shout out Didi in Japan at work as well. Appreciate you, babe. Thank you for tuning in all the way from Japan. Wow, that's amazing. Jay says she's at work as well. Okay. Oh, y'all be really listening to us at work, you know. I really appreciate you lot, honestly. Dorica, we haven't you also need to come up here as well. We need to hear your point. Fine print. We need to hear your voice as well. Listen, click on the link. You don't have to show your faces, guys. We just want to get your thoughts. You know what I mean? I want to have a varying opinions today. I want to have different opinions today, different thoughts today. That's what I want to hear. You know what I mean? So I want to hear what you guys have got to say about this topic. Good man. Being a good man, is it enough? You know what I mean? Is it enough being a good man? That's what we're trying to ask that question today. We're trying to see what people's thoughts process are. Is it enough to be a good man? We want to know your thoughts. Is it enough to be a good man? All right. Regina Small says, I was with a good man before he treated me like a queen, gave me everything I needed, but I had to let him go because we weren't seeing eye to eye after a while, and I realized he wanted a surface role. Okay, Regina, listen, look, these stories are really good. I need you guys to come up in here and tell me these stories because we need to hear it in full. We need to hear it in full. Okay? Someone needs to be brave and click on that link and come and get involved. Someone be brave. One of you ladies come and get involved and say your piece. I don't know why you guys are running today. You know what I mean? Y'all be chopping us up on Sunday, telling us X, Y, and Z about how you feel. I need you guys to click on the link and come and tell us how you feel today. Okay? Jasmine B asks, have you defined what a good man is? Well, actually, I've got a video. I want to play. Let me see if I can get the link for you guys on the video that will define it. You know, guys, I already defined, like, I like the good one versus nice guy situation. And I came across a video that explained it perfectly. Literally what I was saying. So let me just get the video for you guys. Yeah, there we go. Love that. Let's get this up going. What is a good man? Okay, Akin Life says she's coming. Click on that link, Akin Life. Akin the Life, please. We wanna hear your thoughts. Once one comes up, the rest will be coming up. You know what I mean? Once one comes up, the rest will be coming up. Tonight, we're going to have a conversation. All right? We're going to have that conversation tonight. Tonight is all right. Okay, let me stop that. Let's have a look here. All right, good. Let's go. I'm going to share this tab. Beautiful.
There's nice guys and there's good men. Like, nice guys are passive aggressive, emotional, no core values, backstabbing, not great husbands, not protectors and providers. And then good men are savage servants, confident, capable men who will stand in the gap and be ferocious, but who will come home to their kids, lay down and let their kids crawl all over them and rub them up.
Let's listen to that one more time. Sorry. You know what? It was powerful.
There's nice guys and there's good men. Like, nice guys are passive aggressive, emotional, no core values, backstabbing, not great husbands, not protectors and providers. And then good men are savage servants, confident, capable men who will stand in the gap and be ferocious, but who will come home to their kids, lay down and let their kids crawl all over them and rub them up.
Do we agree with that sentiment? Put in the chat if you agree. Just put I agree. If you agree, put I agree in the chat. Let's see what we're saying. If you agree with what the man said, put I agree in the chat. I want to hear that. Put it in the chat. Okay, put it in the chat. I want to ask a question to the ladies as well. I want to ask a question. Maybe we can ask this question. I want to hear some stories. Have you ever had to let a good man go? Have you ever had to let a good man go? That's what I want to know, ladies. Have you ever had to let a good man go? The question we're asking, have you ever had to let a good man go? Because the ladies are mostly in the chat today. As they said, I agree. I love that. Thank you. I love that. Yes. So they said, yes, they have to let a good man go. Okay. We're going to have to see. You guys got stories. Keisha's here. Kesha. Is it Keisha or Kesha? Keisha, fantastic. Good. Because you know me, baby, and names. How you doing, Keisha? You right?
I'm good. How are you, Kojo?
I'm good. I'm feeling good. Talk to me, Keisha. What's your thoughts on this? Good men, 2023. Are women asking too much? Have you ever had to let a good man go? There's a few questions out here, so feel free to answer any of the questions.
Okay, so my question, I'm sorry, I was trying to connect when you were playing the video. So first and foremost, what is the definition or what would be considered a good man is my question.
What we consider a good man? I believe a good man is somebody who can assert himself. He can verbalize his needs. He protects the ones that he loves. He provides for the ones he loves. He is someone who isn't passive aggressive in his communication overall. And I'll keep it short in that regard. Treats people with respect, even those who may be considered below him, or maybe considered, and treats people with respect those who are above him. You know what I mean? As well, he's able to be in touch, or at least say communicate one's emotions, to some various degree. There's some emotional intelligence there, because without it, we become savages. So yeah, that's what I would say as a short description. What I believe a good man is: has good boundaries, good standards. Doesn't let people just walk all over him. As well. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question for you, Kojo, before I get into the topic. What you just explained as far as being a good man is, do you think that's what the people, like men or guys that consider themselves good guys, that they are exactly how you explained it? Or it's more so, oh, I'm faithful, so I'm a good man. I'm only a provider, so I'm a good man. Like, what do you think the difference of the definition is compared to what you just explained?
So are you saying, like, do men focus more on one or two aspects of that definition? Is that what you mean?
So from what I have seen and have experienced, I would say, yeah. I remember there was this guy that I was dating for a short amount of time. We were friends first before we started to date. And I think his definition of being good was more so of, okay, I'm a faithful guy. I'm just focused strictly on you, so I'm a good guy. But at least in a mature relationship, there's more aspects to it than just that. And I think that people don't realize, like, there's layers to it more than, okay, I'm being faithful to my girl, so I'm a good guy. Or I go to work, so I'm a good guy. You know what I mean? Kind of like what would be considered, I hate to use this word, but I have to, so please don't kill me, y'all. The bare minimum. Like, you should be good. If we are together and we are locked in a serious relationship, I would expect you to be good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there are some men who You know, I mean, first and foremost, it's like the alpha male situation. If I'm good, I need not announce it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I've never had to say to someone I'm a good guy. If anything, I actually say I'm a bad guy. You know what I mean? Like I've never need to announce that I'm a good guy, because naturally you should feel that, see that, and encounter that. Do you know what I mean? What understood shouldn't need to be explained. So that's the first and foremost thing. I shouldn't have to announce that. Most people who announce that they're actually good guys are not actually good. They're nice. And I think that's the
Right.
difference.
Thank you.
You know what I mean?
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's the distinction. You're nice. You're not good. And I think I'm glad that you broke that down, because I feel like that's the disconnect. People don't realize the difference between being nice and being good. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of people, a lot of guys that are walking around like, I'm a good guy, but it's very surface level. I've been in relationships with men, from the outside looking in. Other women on paper would be like, oh, he's ideal. And to me, I'm like, he's nice, but good, that's questionable.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are absolutely there are good men out there, and when you encounter one, right, you might feel a little bit like, "Oh, I hate to let him go, but it's not compatible," right? Because you feel that almost like, I've met a good one, it's just a shame we're not compatible, right? When you meet a nice guy, it's almost like, yeah, he's nice. That's the words that come out your mouth. You just like, oh, he's nice. Like when someone asks you to describe a person, I was like, he's nice, he's cool, right? Because naturally you can sense that there are certain behaviors or attitudes that the person has that doesn't actually correlate with him being a good guy. And like I said, I don't believe every good guy you should be literally having to date, because compatibility is a major thing. But when you encounter somebody that is good, not just nice, you know, you do feel a little sense of like, you know what, they're good, but you know what, it's just not for me. It's a bit of a shame. Yeah, you almost feel like, oh, it's a bit of a shame. You know, I don't want to have to let them go, but or I don't have, you know, I wish we were a little bit more compatible. That could have been great. And I think that's on, and I'll be honest with you, I think that's on both sides in terms of, I mean, maybe it could be, we can debate and say there's more on, you know, the women's side, say there's more good women or whatever. But you know, the reality is that finding someone that is good is a rarity in itself. To find someone that is actually good, and if we listen to all the qualities that are across the board. So yes, being good for me has never been enough, because you have to fit the piece of the puzzle to someone's jigsaw.
Right.
If you don't fit it, you don't fit it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I think a lot of us have, generally speaking, scarcity mindset. So when we meet the nice guy, a lot of us will cling to that, because it's like, hey, the pickings are slim, so I got to take what I can get. I know, when I called off my wedding last year, I got backlash for that. Like, I got a lot of backlash and pushback, and I'm like, so you would have preferred me to marry the person that was not for me, to appease you and what you deem as being a good man, opposed to what the reality of it was, which was like not what everybody thought it was from the outside looking in. I was so surprised at the backlash, even from my family, that I got from that. I'm like, wow, y'all just wanted me to just marry somebody. Like it didn't matter like what my happiness was. It didn't matter like if I would have possibly just been married for 2 years and then been divorced. Like, as long as I just walked down the aisle, that was good enough. Because from the outside looking in, that's the type of guy that a lot of women would want. And it's like, but until you're actually in the situation and you're living it and you're with that person and you know the qualities in that person that aren't the best, then you can see it from a different angle.
Hearing that. So without even obviously going too deep, I mean, was he a good guy? Was he a nice guy?
He was a nice guy.
Okay. What did you observe for you personally that kind of turned you off in a sense, or what made your decision easier to make?
I think what made my decision easier to make was, okay, how do I want to say this? I'm being choosy with my words. What turned me off was I felt like I was with his representative. And I feel like he was more so like image conscious, meaning like how people seen him compared to like what the reality was. Because one of the major things in our relationship that was a big problem was him not being transparent. And towards the ending of the relationship, when I ended it, that was when he was just like, oh, let's go to therapy. And I'm like, why now? Like, it's a bit too late for that. And I kind of feel like when men like throw the let's go to therapy thing towards the end, it's kind of like a manipulation tactic. And I wasn't having it. I'm just like, nah, like if you really want to go to therapy and you really value what therapy will bring to your life as far as like elevating as a man, you won't need me to go with you. You won't even need me to be in your life in order for you to go. That would just be like a personal choice because you actually want to grow as a person and be a better person. It's not for me, it's for you.
I'm hearing you. Okay, I'm hearing that. That's fair. That's a fair point. I can't be mad at that. Yeah, I mean, the nice guy trope versus good guy. I think there is a lot of nice men out there, and that's probably where we're having the issue right now in our debates between men and women, and in terms of dating and stuff. I think the nice guy is the biggest issue, because, and I think nice guys operate slightly different to nice women because I think they take two different roles. Mm-hmm. But the nice guy perspective, what I've seen is that there often is the grumbling and complaints that happen underneath the surface that lead to some passive aggressive behaviors. So like you said, obviously, like waiting to the end of a relationship, then I'm going to go to therapy. But the reality is what the person hasn't done is understood that the therapy isn't to save the relationship necessarily, but it's actually to first and foremost broaden your horizon and grow so that you can actually be a better person within the relationship. I think what happens, the disconnect for a lot of guys, and this is where we talk about being socially inept. I think a lot of nice guys are socially inept is because, or I even say relationally inept as well, and emotionally inept, is that they don't realize that a better you is a better relationship.
Right.
But they try to do the back ways round, which is save the relationship without actually improving themselves. And the issue is that all you're doing is what the Bible talks about, where you're putting new wine into old wineskins. It's going to burst. Do you know what I'm saying? So you actually need to improve you first and foremost so that you can actually be better within the relationship. But that comes when you have a level of emotional intelligence, because that was what will inform you that maybe I need to improve on some aspects of myself. That's where self-awareness kicks in, where you start to realize, okay, maybe I can be the problem here. And there's some things that maybe I need to change in order to help improve my relationship. It's almost as if they go into survival mode and they go into just tackling the relationship issue. But a lot of the issues that happen in relationships are because of you or because of me.
Right.
So the relationship is a vehicle where you're using, but the issue is the driver. So that's what needs to be tackled in that sense. Go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with you. Like, it is self-work. Like, you have to work on self in order to be a better person. And as I mentioned before, going to therapy or improving yourself is not necessarily for the other person. They just reap the benefits of the elevated you and the you that grew. But you're not doing it for me. You're doing it for you. And with you changing you or elevating you or growing yourself, like I reap that, or the relationship reaps that. You know what I mean? Because you did it for you. opposed to like, okay, my relationship's about to end, so let me just throw this therapy thing so I can get her back or like bring her back in. And it's like, I think, I hate to say this, but that might have worked when I was in my 20s, but being that I'm in my early 30s is like, nah, bruh. Like, it's not, that's not gonna fly. I'm grown now, so that's really not gonna fly.
I hear that. That's fair. That's fair. I'm hearing that. Thank you, Keisha. Stay on there. I'm just gonna ask other people as well to join the conversation.
Sure.
Regina Smalls, what's good? Talk to me.
Hey, Kojo. Hey, everybody. Sorry, I missed some of the conversation, but is the prompt, have you ever had to let a good man go? Is that what we're talking about?
That and is being a good man enough in 2023? Are women asking too much? You can ask any of those questions as well if you feel.
I don't think being a good man is enough. I know for me personally, I did have to let a good man go. Really, mainly because he wasn't. So we started dating. We dated for about 6.5 months, and I mean, on paper, he was a great guy. He had a great career. He courted me. Anything I wanted or needed, I had. He had his own place. I mean, everything on paper, was good. He was emotionally intelligent. He was in therapy once a week, working on himself consistently. But we ended up breaking up because I realized that I wasn't being mentally and emotionally and spiritually fed. And I realized that that was something that was super important to me. And if I'm being honest, I did try to like separate myself from him before we became exclusive, because I did feel like he wasn't going to be able to give me that substance that I was looking for. But he kind of pleaded his case to me, and we decided to go for it. But yeah, after a while, I did realize that we weren't emotionally or mentally compatible in that way. So I wouldn't say that being a good guy is enough. I think he's a great guy. We just weren't compatible. So I think compatibility is even more important than just being a good guy.
Okay, I'm hearing that. That's fair. So question, obviously, like I said, you would say he was a good guy. He was putting the work in and everything, but it was a case of compatibility, or we say chemistry in a sense, in this aspect. He wasn't able to nourish you in that particular aspect. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, that'd be fair. I mean, like even the conversations that you have on your channel, like I would love to have like type of conversations with my partner. And I remember mentioning to him one time that, I want my husband to be my best friend. And he was like, well, I don't want that. So that's when I really realized that we weren't on the same page. If I want my husband to be my best friend and you're like, I'm good on that, then we're not aligned in that way. And I also will say that he was new to his faith, or what I call a baby Christian, new to his faith. So I feel like I was kind of dragging him along, and we weren't evenly yoked. So
I appreciate it. So he was a good guy, but he just wasn't, unfortunately, as we got to grips with stuff, it wasn't for you. Which is fair. Question. Could you tell us the ways that you communicated with him about the lack of nourishment he was giving you in those particular sections that you spoke about, right? The spiritual, the emotional, the mental. How did you communicate the lack of nourishment that you were receiving?
well, at first I just tried to initiate those conversations myself. And then when it was kind of, I was getting shut down. And I realized he probably didn't have the capacity to have those conversations. And then eventually I just kind of, one thing I did love about our relationship that we had honest conversation. So eventually I just ended up saying like, this is what I needed. And he could come to me and tell me what he needed. But eventually I was trying to like tell him this is what I needed and offer support in that way. He did like reevaluate and try to adjust those things, but it wasn't something that he could keep up with consistently. So really, we just like talked it out, and I'm a big example person, so I would give examples of things that I needed, conversations I would like to have, or things like that. I think sometimes he didn't appreciate the examples, or he felt like I was telling him what to do. But yeah, so that would probably be what I did.
I appreciate you sharing that. How difficult would you say it was to be able to have those degrees of conversation about the improvements that needed to be made? You know what I mean? Like how difficult was it from your side to have those kind of conversations?
I think for me at first, saying it initially was kind of easy because I felt like it was my first time saying it, and he was really like a responsive guy. If I said I needed something, he would find a way to, figure it out. So at first I was like really hopeful, and then after a while, when I didn't really see too much change, it was kind of like repeating it felt like I was nagging. And then it started to become uncomfortable. But in the beginning, it was really easy for me. And like I said, I value open and honest conversation. I welcome it. So yeah, I think at first it was really easy. And then after a while, I was like, okay, I'm nagging from not getting what I want. I don't know if it's going to work. And I think he started to see that too.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Regina. Dr. 100, welcome to the conversation. We're talking about it's been a good man enough in 2023. Want to get your thoughts. Talk to me.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'd be triple muted over here. Hello, everyone. Hello, Keisha, Regina. How are you all?
What's goody?
Hey.
And hey, chat folks. Y'all know Kojo don't be liking me to be up here, y'all. Let me tell y'all, he don't be liking me up here. He be trying to block me, y'all. He be trying to block me. And he be trying to block me in the comments and all that. But it don't matter because it's my brother and I love him. And I'm going to say what I got to say. It's going to be like that. He's smiling because he know I'm telling the truth. But it don't matter.
Got you.
And I hope that other ladies come on up because this is an opportunity to allow us to have a conversation that doesn't feel lopsided. So, cameras or no cameras, just come on up, say what you got to say. But I'll get into it. There was this gentleman, and my situation is a little different from the ladies because all of the men who I've ever had a connection with that had involved intimacy, if they had to be let go, they had to be let go. I did, I shed a couple tears and dried that ish on up and kept it pushing because that's what G's do. But there was a person who I considered a friend, like a friend, like this is my friend. And I do have male friends who are good people, they're, to me, they're family. You know what I'm saying? And this was one of those people. Hush up, Sean. Of course I'm starting trouble. You know what's up. You better stop. We had been what I considered friends, good friends, for well over almost a decade. Okay. But when we met each other, it had a flirtation element, right? Because sometimes when I wash my face, brush my teeth, I'm cute, and they was cute, and we was flirting a little bit, nothing too crazy, but just it was seeing where that conversation went. Something happened in their family, a tragedy, unfortunately, and that changed the course of our conversation. And instead of being that person to provide that flirtatious banter, I went into that friend mode, that supportive friend mode. That was what was most appropriate at that time. In that time frame, that opportunity to become more romantic, it dwindled because they gravitated towards someone who they had already had a relationship with in the past. And I understood because I was too new. that their family tragedy happened too soon within the early stages of our conversation. So I made myself very comfortable in this friend zone that had not necessarily been official, right? But we build on that, and for years we built great conversation, all this jazz. And then at some point, more recently than not, they were speaking of wanting a Proverbs 31. For those that know, right? They want the Proverbs 31 wife. And I said, all right. As your friend, I believe you deserve that, but I don't think that's what you're ready for. And anyone who's ever seen me speak on this platform or see me act a fool in the chat, y'all know I'm not really shy. I'm rather direct. Some people think I'm too direct, but it is what it is. And I'm over 40 now, so I do what the hell I want. Y'all just whatever. I'm grown. Take me as I am, because I'm gonna take you as you are. And they were taken aback by that. And I said, I'm not saying anything to be offensive. I care about you. I want you to get your goals. However, what you want requires a different type of man. And you're a great man. He had money, you know what I'm saying? He was pulling bucks. Good person, good father, good, all these great things. And I was like, you're winning. You're going to attract women. That's easy. But there's an intimacy, emotional level that you don't reach. And this wasn't speaking from me. This was in relationship to other conversations we had over the years in connection to whom he had been with and whatnot. And I said, you keep your relationships at arm's length, and a Proverbs 31 woman takes a different type of energy. That takes a different level of growth. You can't, it's more than money. It's more than sex. It's more than looking good on paper. It requires your soul, and you're going to have to show up. And they didn't like that. And they said to me, well, they kind of spiraled, and it took me aback because I didn't know this is how they felt. I was blind. I think I was willfully blind to this because I cared about them as my friend. If I would have saw it in someone else, I probably would have just picked it up real fast. But because maybe I wanted to overlook it, but it poured out, man, and it got spicy. It was sriracha. And they was like, that's the problem because, see, you got problems because all the stuff you've been through and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, wait a minute now. What you talking about? And I had shared with them many things. And I was like, that's not. And that's why we couldn't. And it was like, well, wait, what you mean we? What you mean we, bro? And they was like, well, I mean, we ain't really getting nowhere because of what you had been through. And I was like, that ain't why we ain't together. We ain't together because you never asked. We ain't together because you ain't never said nothing. We ain't kick it because you never pulled up. You ain't never said, yo, 100. What's up? How you feeling? You know what I'm saying? Let's do something. You ain't never said that. We've been kicking it cool, chilling, whatever. And hey, that's cool. Don't be mad because I made the friend zone comfortable. I put it, I decorated it, put shades up, all that. I'm smooth. And it was, and they said something to the effect of, well, because a good man this, a good man that, and that's why people don't I said, wait a minute, I recognize that you're good people, but I'm telling you, you stated that you wanted you wanted to attract a type of woman, and I'm telling you as your friend that you've got some emotional work to do. This is no shade to anything else, just like anybody else would have to, and you're gonna have to do that because that type of wife. That's not a contract wife. That's not a paper wife. That's a in spirit wife. And you'd have to match that in spirit as a husband. And I said, and they're like, well, that's why some women miss their boat. And I was like, I haven't missed anything. And they spazzed off real bad. And I found out that they were harboring some very, 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 very angry thoughts about me this entire time, and I didn't know that. So I had to cut the friendship off And they were like, no, I mean, we cool. I'm just saying, I think I'm like, well, if you feel this heavy about me, and they were saying some really heavy things. I was like, we can't be friends because you've been holding this for so long and I didn't know it. And that's dangerous. And I wouldn't want you to feel that way. And I tried to have a conversation with them about it and to see if we could remedy anything. And they would not communicate outside of maybe some text messaging. And I know that game and I can't play it. So I was like, well, I'll miss you. Take care. And I pray that everything works out for you, but I don't know what you got going on, but that's some criminal mind type ish right there. You've been hating me this whole time. And that's weird. And that's not the first time that's happened. That's the first time it happened with someone who I had not been um in that actual intimate space with. That was the first time it was with a friend who had made it past a period of time for that long. So that was very interesting and it was disturbing to say the least. So, but that's what are your thoughts about that, Joe?
You know, I'm not involved. No. Hey.
Oh no, Suzanne, I'm not Joe's type. He like thick gal. He like thick gal. I'm thick for the north, not for the south. And I'm too grown for Kojo. Kojo he ain't got no cheering. He ain't got. I can't.
Oh man,
I've been to put Kojo through some things, and I've been to teach him some things. He ain't ready for what I'm about to teach him. I can't do nothing, Kojo.
Stop me moving mad. Yeah, I mean, listen, look. I mean, y'all started as friends first, which is a great basis. And obviously, yeah, it might have been a little bit flirtatious, but it started off as friends first. And it's a shame it got to that stage, but obviously, you got to see a different side of him and the family as well. And I think sometimes that's where, time plays a key important part in exposing who we truly are and representatives. You know what I mean? In terms of that Proverbs 31 situation, Kai, yeah, that's not cute. I'll be honest with you. It's not cute. You know what I mean? Like to hear someone say you're not ready for all that kind of stuff. Was that, wait, I need just to clarify. Was that yourself who said that? Or was that him? Just to make it
I
clear.
said to him because I knew him, and I said, on paper, you look great. And as a man, you're great. I mean, there's a lot of great things I can say about this person.
Uh-huh.
But there was a part, because this was this side of the spiritual element.
Uh-huh.
That was something that they were bringing in suddenly. Mind you, I've known them for quite some time, and they done switched it up on the spiritual side a couple times. And it was like, okay. And I don't try to challenge anyone on their faith. That's not my place. But if you're going to bring it to my attention and go out of your way to mention it to me for conversational purposes, well, okay, as your friend, I'm telling you, when it comes to money, hey, you got more than me. I can't tell you. I need to hear from you. When it comes to this and that, blah, 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 you got it. You got it. You got the juice, Q. You know what I'm saying? But on that side, no. And it's not like, are you some demon? No, but that if you're speaking all of a sudden, this is the first time that person had ever mentioned any type of biblical anything ever in all these years, and all of a sudden, boom, you want a Proverbs 31. You remember how you were saying, oh, if she's green, I don't want to deal with it. Da da da. Well, didn't we just have Miss Regina say she felt like she was dragging her man through because he was just tapping into his faith in certain ways? So what I was reiterating to him as gently as I could, you're going to have to do the work. You're going to have to, if you want a Proverbs 31 woman, you're going to have to do the work to attract her. Don't think that you about to bring yourself and what you believe you're going to bring to the table and think that's going to roll with someone who is about their faith. Being about your faith, being about your spirit, being about your energy, it's a whole different level than being about any other thing on the planet. You can't cheat it. And he was skipping steps. And I ain't gonna be how am I your friend if I ain't gonna tell you skipping steps when I know you're skipping steps? That's all I'm saying.
All right, I appreciate it, Doc. I appreciate it. Okay, I hear you. All right. Hey, this conversation's starting to flow now. Okay, boy, oh boy, it's gonna get intense tonight. I can tell. All right, cool. Just to reset the room, if you're just joining us on Little Black Book, then you are joining the conversation. It's an open panel tonight. Both men and women are contributing towards the topic: is being a good man enough in 2023? Are women asking for too much? We're asking that question as well, and also as well, have you ever had to let a good man go? So we're trying to have some really good conversation today, both from the men and from the women, and hear different perspectives as well. It's not about debating necessarily today, but it's more of a case of trying to understand people as well. Trey Mac, I see you there, brother. We need you on the stage, brother. Click on that link if you're not at work today. Yes, let me get Sammy in, and then I will go to the men as well. Sammy,
hello.
How you doing, baby? You all right?
I'm doing good. How are y'all?
Yeah, we're good, man. It's good seeing you again on the stage. We talking about has been a good man enough in 2023. I know you're obviously married. So I want it'd be good to get your perspective as well. It's been a good man enough in 2023. Is it enough? Is it enough?
Can I ask you a question before I give you my answer?
Oh Lord, go for it.
What does people consider being a good man?
So I said earlier on, being a good man really constitutes to first and foremost, having good boundaries, good standards. You are respectful to all human beings. You protect, you provide for those you love. You are someone who communicates more in an assertive manner than a passive aggressive one. You're able to establish and say your needs. You value communication. You're somebody who I would say has to have at least some degree of emotional intelligence. And yeah, I think that's a few of the aspects that would contribute towards that. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, sounds like it would be great to have that. To me. Sounds like a good start. Not even a start. Like having a man that has all those qualities sounds great to me personally. Especially if I feel that I'm going to be able to bring the same thing. Yeah, we wouldn't want a good man.
Okay, we wouldn't want a good man. That's fair. But do you? Okay, so obviously, uh, is it enough though? So, like, is it enough? Because let's say they're a good man. Is there something that would stop you from dating that particular person, or being with that person? I know you're obviously married, so but
Yeah.
I mean, is
Yeah.
there something that would obviously stop you from being with that person?
No.
Is being good enough?
Yes.
Oh wow.
For me, yes. What else? Like everything else
Wow.
can be worked on, right?
I mean, the face can't change, though. Just saying. I'm not saying that you have to change it.
You can clean your man. You You can style him. There's ways around that.
Yeah.
Yes. I see a lot of people out there. I see a lot of people out there not looking that good that now look good, right? You can work on that, right? And then it also depends on like. I know that a lot of women. Well, I don't want to talk for a lot of women, but I know that some women care a lot about like the whole look thing. But that can be fixed, right? That can be fixed. I knew a girl when I was a little younger. She was going out with that dude, and he was not really the most stylish guy. But by the time he started dating her, he looked great. She did everything. She took care of him. She styled him. She did a lot of things, and he looked great. So I don't know. Like for me, a good man sounds like a good deal. Like it's not going to be a lot of things for me to not want to date a man that have the quality that you have listed. If he doesn't look that good or whatever, first of all, women's standard of beauties for men are different. We've seen plenty men that don't look that good, but because they have money, they can get the finest women out there. So obviously, when it comes to beauty, a lot of us women don't have that much standard when dude has money or is well off, right? Or if he's smooth or he can talk well and stuff like that. So if it's a beauty thing, I think that can be fixed. I must say though, if he's not really a hard worker, that would be something that would kind of like discourage me. But then again, if he's a good man and you tell him that that's something that he needs to work on, wouldn't he want to work on that since he's a good man?
I'm hearing you.
To me, based on the things that you've said, sounds like a good deal. For me, it would be enough. I don't know what else. Or maybe I'm not thinking through. If the other ladies have said other things, maybe I can chip in. But as you're asking me that question right now, those qualities sounds like great, especially in today's society.
All right, I'm hearing you. Appreciate it, Sam. And final question: have you ever had to let a good man go in the past?
No. Always let men that I believe were not good people. Always
That's
did.
fair.
Yeah.
Fair play. I appreciate it. Thank you, Sam. Corey, welcome to the convo, brother. I know you heard a bit of the conversation. It's been an interesting one. The ladies have been filling us in, you know. But we spoke on Sunday about being a good man, what a good man is, such etc. You've heard some of the ladies' comments and commentary. I was wondering if you have any thoughts on that first before you jump into anything else.
Yeah, so I know Sammy said, she asked the question, who wouldn't want a good man? There's a lot of women out here who do not want a good man. Who want a good man. I mean, it's just honest. They go for toxicity. They go for the same type of guy that everybody else wants, which makes it hard for that man. I don't care if he has the greatest intention. When you have so many women coming at you, that will test your ability to be faithful. It will, because it'd be that one particular woman or two particular women that will come at you, and it's like, ooh, it's a game changer. So based on that, like I just feel that some women do want to have a little bit of toxic in their relationship. And there's also, compatibility plays a big part in it. But I think that the compatibility is not just for right now, but also for the future. How do you guys grow together? Because what a woman wants this year may be different next year, or maybe different in 6 months. So how is that man going to be able to adapt to his woman? So that plays a big part too. That's why a lot of relationships don't hold their weight, don't last as long as you thought it would in the beginning of the relationship, because the growth is not together. You're growing separately. What she wanted 6 months ago is not the same thing she wanted now.
Okay. Whew. Chile. The spice has opened up the particular conversation. I haven't heard from Keisha in a little while. So Keisha, talk to me. Corey says that the ladies seem to be drawn into toxicity. And it's probably why maybe you're not seeing some of the good men the way you're supposed to. What's your thoughts to that comment there?
Oh, I'm so glad you pointed it out because I was ready for that one. To Corey, I want to know what's the age range we're talking here? Because my conversations are always going to be 30 plus. Because for me personally, I don't know any full-grown woman that wants a toxic man. Like someone in the comments, I think her name was Coco, she was saying that women want spice, not toxicity. So what's the age range we're talking?
When I think of women who really want what's real as far as like a good man and are good on just having a good man, I'm thinking 35 plus. That's what I'm thinking, 35 plus. I think if you're in that 32, 33 range, you're still getting out your system, but you still want a little bit of it there. And I'm not saying that, excuse me, I'm not saying that the whole man is toxic, like it's a dangerous situation to be in. No, I mean, it's the level of toxicity that gives the relationship a little thrill. Like you said, Coco said, a little spice. I can see that too, but it's different levels to it all. But what I'm saying is that when you're with someone who you know isn't quite good enough to be with you, but you indulge anyway, you know he doesn't have A through Z or V or have percentage of the man you want him to be and want him to have. You know he's not that. But hey, he looks good in his suit. Hey, his muscles are pumping. Hey, you know, I know that my friends, but women, the girls will be crazy. They see me walking down the road with this guy. It's different things that come into the mind. I'm not saying that that's all women think about. It's how other people think. I'm not saying it at all. But a lot goes into the whole thought of, can I see myself with this guy? And my honest opinion, even before relationships start, if you're not pushing towards that forever, relationship will be a waste of time. If you're not willing to fight for each other, it will be considered a waste of time. And I say you should date a little bit longer before people get into a relationship because of that reason. But yeah, I think that to answer the original question, I think 35 and up is what I would say. Women will start to get more serious about that good man, start to respect that good man all around at that age point.
I would have to respectfully disagree about the 35 and up, because usually at 35, you either are already married or your mindset is to be married. You know what I mean? So for me, I was actually just talking to my cousin yesterday, and she was asking me like, how's my relationship life going or whatever. And when I got off the phone with her during that conversation, I was just thinking to myself, like, I'm at a point now, especially because I was about to walk down the aisle a year ago, actually a couple months ago, not even a full year. If it's not the real deal, I don't want it. So for me, I have to respectfully disagree because I'm not looking for a little toxic. I'm looking for peace and someone who really is fully invested in what they say they want. I feel like a lot of men, as I think Dr. 100 was saying, that they will throw out and say, I want a Proverbs 31 woman, I want a Michelle Obama, I want a Beyonce, but that's not really what they want. That they're not ready for that. You know what I mean? And I feel like once we start to be honest about what we actually are ready for, then these conversations could go in a different direction compared to like what we see on social media with the back and forth between men and women. What are we ready for is my thing. Because I know what I'm ready for. And I'm 2 years short of 35. Actually, a year and a half short of 35. So I will have to disagree with you, Corey, on that one.
Okay. Now I can get you disagreeing. I respect that, right? But what I'm saying, I want to make sure I'm clear when I say this. I never said all women. So when it comes to you, you may be that very exception to the rule. And when you say you feel men say they want the Michelle Obama's, the Proverbs 31 woman, and they have to be honest with themselves, there's a demographic of women who have to be honest as well. So it's never just one-sided, especially with me. I think the work that men have to do is the same thing as saying that the work that women have to do. When it comes to maturing as far as what you want in a relationship and what you see as longevity in a relationship, both sides need to mature. You have to understand, like you may be at a point right now where you're saying, hey, I want to get married one day. I'm looking for someone who is serious. But the 32-year-old, 33-year-old woman down the street may not be where you are when it comes to that. And that's what I'm saying. And sometimes it gets mixed up. Just like with the men, there are some men who do want the Proverbs 31, but it's harder to find. You know, I respect that it's harder for you guys to find that type of gentleman who is true to his word about what he wants in a relationship. So because of that, you being 32, you know, you may entertain some men that may not be that type of guy, because in your mind, you're in hopes that maybe this man has the potential to change. And I think a lot of women do kind of go for that potential aspect, and some men reach that potential, but when they don't, it tears your heart up because you feel like you wasted your time. You feel like that you think you're a good judge of character, but this man just wasn't living up to what you thought he would and should be. So I get that aspect too, but I just want to make sure that I was clear in saying that now it's not all women. So you would be an exception, and many others in the chat and around the world will be an exception.
Yeah, for sure. I think there are exceptions to the rules, and as you mentioned, it is two-sided. And I didn't want it to come off like it is just about men like that act this way, but I was speaking from more so of a personal standpoint because the person that I was getting ready to marry was 10 years older than me. You know what I mean? So yeah, Kojo. So that's more so of the lane I was kind of talking about, as far as like, you say that you want this type of woman, but have you prepared yourself for that type of woman or for that type of relationship?
All right, Sam, go for it. Then Regina, then Doctor, go for it.
I just wanted to say just something on Keisha when she just talked about a fiance, I think a boyfriend that was 10 years older than her. One thing I would be afraid of is dating a man that is over like late 30s, 40s, that's never been married. I would always ask like why, especially African men, or like why? Like that's always a question that I ask. Like I feel like if a man of a certain age is not married, it's gonna be very hard for him to change his ways by that time he gets married, because he's been used to live on his own.
So Sammy, I kind of want to chime in with that. I'm glad that you brought that up, because when I was with him, my uncle said that. And I remember when he said that, I felt like I felt the way. I was like, what do you mean? Because I was like kind of, you know, bragging, because me and my uncle are very close. So I was kind of like bragging to him, like, I met this person. And then when I said the age, he was like, wait, what? He was like, when I was 40, I had 2 kids already. My uncle was married. He was married, and he was a single father as well. And I felt some type of way, but I realized as that relationship progressed, I'm like, oh, Unc, I see what you meant. I see what you meant. Like, it took me a while because I didn't want to judge. I didn't want to judge him because he's 10 years older, and I didn't want to judge him and say, oh, well, you don't have children, or you never been married, so something's wrong with you, or something's up. But my uncle did warn me about that. So I'm glad that you mentioned that, Sammy. I just wanted to say that real quick.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that the man is bad, but I feel like it's kind of like a red flag. Like, so you've been trying to get married, because usually African people, even men, and even Black people, like African American in general, we have like timeline, right? So you meet that man, and he looks like he has everything going on for himself, or he has everything going on for himself. He really wants to be married. He's never been married. It's kind of like, so you had all those opportunities, so why not, right? And then what tells me that you're going to want to adapt to me, you know, like at your age, like you've been living on your own all this time. What tells me that you're going to want to like now share everything that you have with somebody else? I don't know. It's not always the case. I know there's exception, but I always, yeah, I'm done.
Yo, that's mad interesting. I've never really heard about that. But that's mad interesting. I like that. We can pick that up a little bit there. I like that point. Regina, any thoughts?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's interesting. Like, I think for one, I know if someone, I feel like if you have chemistry with someone, that you can have that spice or that banter that people are looking for. If you have a good guy and there's nothing there, no chemistry, no compatibility, like it's just gonna fall flat. And I think that's what people are missing when they say they want a little bit of toxic. I don't think toxic is the correct word for it. They may want that banter or that chemistry or that flirtation that people see they may want to play around with. But I don't think that, you know, I think that will come natural with someone that you have chemistry with. And I also think it's interesting, like if we say that a good man is not enough, like I feel like men don't settle for anything. Like I feel like if they want bells and whistles and beauty and brains and a little bit of toxic, they're gonna go get that. Like, so if we say that a good man is not enough and we want a little extra, then I mean I don't see the problem with that per se. Because y'all are not gonna settle and be like, you know what, she's a good woman, but we ain't compatible. So, but she's a good woman, so I'm gonna sit her over here, and I'm gonna be happy with that. Y'all not gonna do that. So.
Okay, I'm gonna say this part real quick.
But before you go, Corey, Doctor's gotta go. Sorry, Doctor's gotta go, and then you can go after. Go for Doctor.
I kind of wanted to hear what Mr. Black had to say because I was gonna get him anyway. Come on, Black, let's go. Say what you said.
Get him, Black. Get him, Black. Get him, Black. Get him, Black.
You already know I'm pulling no punches. What I was going to say is that by saying, like, you ladies, I want you guys to understand what I'm saying here. Like, we see things like you guys see things. You guys see things in us as men that we need to work on. You guys see some immaturity levels that we have that we need to work on. I'm saying the men see the same thing in women, you know, and to say that in respect to Regina, you know, again, not saying you, but to pretend as though that type of woman is not out there who enjoys that toxicity. And I know what you mean by when you say you want the friendly banter, you want someone who you can laugh and joke with. I get that. But no, when I say toxic, I truly mean toxic. Like, you know, you're going for the bad guy. You know, you're going for the guy who any day could get caught and have served 5 to 10 in jail. You're going for the guy who's not giving you any real future of being by your side. You'll go for him because he has certain attributes that you enjoy, that you like, but you know in your heart that's not what you want. That's not what's going to get you long term. But you'll play around with a certain person for a little while, and you'll hope they'll change, or you'll play around with them for a little while. Then when you feel like the dating pool is better, you may let them go and hop back out there. So it's women out here who are like that, and there are men out here who are like that too. Men out here who can't get it together, who can't figure it out what they really want in a woman. So I'm not saying it's one sided, but definitely not saying that you in particular is looking for someone who is toxic. But there are women out there who are looking for toxic relationships. I just want that to be known. There's a demographic for those as well.
Doctor, go for it.
Well, Mr. Black, if you didn't have that chocolatey, velvety voice, man, I would just get so angry at you sometimes. But I have to forgive you every time you utter vowels because it's just so velvety and it just upsets me. It makes me feel conflicted. But anyway, I do not believe that we have the same eyes when it comes to seeing each other. I do hear you though. I don't want to, besides me just kind of joking around with you, are there some low vibrational women who pursue nonsense? Yes, we know that. We know we're related to them. Maybe we were them at some point in time ourselves. But for the most part, in relationship to women who are readying themselves to be in a committed relationship, even considering marriage and partnership and things of that nature, I do not believe that those type of women are the ones who are actively pursuing toxicity. I don't think they're seeking it at all. Now, do they want a little bit of some Old Bay seasoning, some garlic, some pepper, some onion salt. Yeah, sure, that's fine. But that's not toxicity. That's wanting someone who matches her flavor, who gets her flavor, who can taste what she's bringing, who, you know, things of that. I would not say this is not that image of Taraji P. Henson and Tyrese on Baby Boy, you know, because that's when you're talking about someone like that. That's who I'm kind of imagining, like that. She wanted to be married in that movie, and Baby Boy, she wanted to be married, but she knew what's the name wasn't really about nothing, and then in the end, she got a ring. I didn't see that as a prize at all. I thought that was trash. I was like, man, that's whack. And we know that there's some sisters out here who will wait on the Pookie Ray Ray to pull it together and then toss her a ring out the Cracker Jack box. I don't think nobody in the chat is on that. I don't think nobody in the chat on this stage is on that. I think that anyone considering marriage who's a part of this audience and who's been a part of this audience consistently, I think they're looking for authenticity. And unfortunately, for women, at least the women I've communed with and I've had built sisterhood with, and even just in passing, it's been a challenge to find that consistency. Whereas even with a good guy who is a genuinely good guy, 80%, because I'm a 80-20% type of person. You know, I never expect anyone to be 100% anything. The only thing 100% about me is my name, you know? So I don't expect other men to come in 100% doing everything. You know, I don't expect that, but at least be, you know, that 80. I've not met that 80 in all of my years. I've not met it. I've not met that 80. I might be related to 5 of them, but I don't. In meeting potential partners, and I'm not trying to be arrogant or ridiculous or anything like that. I'm being very honest and real. I've not crossed the path with a man who was that 80%. I've met some damn good 50%ers, some decent 60s. I don't even think I've reached the 70%. And that could be due to location. Yes, Kojo. But I also think that's part of where I live. I've said it before. I live in an area where it's a prison city within a prison county within a prison state. And that type of environment breeds a slave type of mindset. Okay. So it can be a little difficult to find people within a certain radius who think near the way you think, or who's open in that way. And I'm not a well-traveled person as much as I want to be. The most traveling I've done is more recent years, but I'm not a well-traveled person. But most women I know, even if they with somebody, it's a struggle relationship. Cause I be praying for them and I be like, "Ooh, child, I hope he get it together." And it's rare, and I'm not trying to be funny, but it's like they're putting up with stuff. They're putting up with stuff, even if it's not just cheating. It's something like, it's just, there's such a lethargy, and it's sad because it's like, do you want to be here? And I don't want to be in contract or in spirit relationship with anyone who isn't excited about me. I don't want to be married to anyone who feels like they have to tolerate me. I don't want that. I want someone who wants me. I want someone who's going to really invest in me. Because I'm going to invest in them. I want to know you. I want to know your mind. I want to know what you're passionate about. I want to know what makes you melt in the bedroom with me. I want it all. And I don't want to shortchange myself. And I can work with someone who is a dedicated 80% versus a short-term 75 or whatever they think. Because even if you ain't even, I ain't never made nobody feel weird by how they look. I've never made nobody feel weird about how they might be endowed or how much money they make or whatever. If I vibe with you and I want to go there and I see something with you, I'm in. And unfortunately, in my years, they were not ready, or they were still shopping for options because they could. And that's one thing that I don't think us as Black women have. When we are in the community, we don't have the options. Now, if we venture out, that's a different story, but I've never done that. I'm not against anyone who does. That's just not been my opportunity.
I think you should try.
Well, I'm not trying nothing, honey. I'm not available. I'm not emotionally available. I ain't available. I ain't going. I'm at the house. I'm chilling. I'm not dating. I ain't been dating for years. Like, I've been off the market for years. Like, I've been at the Kriznib. If we ain't talking money, we ain't talking. If we ain't talking business, we ain't talking. If we ain't talking community, we ain't talking. I ain't talking about that right now. And I'm gonna do me. And when I'm ready to get back in the world, that's fine. But not today. Not in 2023.
Get back in the world, you should have several options.
Maybe, I don't know, girl. I ain't even worried about it because I'm looking at my coins. I'm on a whole different thing. I ain't worried about none of these. I don't care how sexy Black's voice is. Black, I don't care. I don't care how many times Kojo flex his arms. Kojo, I don't care. You could put them arms up. I ain't looking at you.
Meanwhile, she called out two things to both of us, but she's not looking. She's not paying attention. Okay, go ahead.
Y'all know I gotta act up a little bit. You know what it is.
All right, I'm hearing you. Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. Appreciate that. Mocha Mima. I hope I pronounced the name correctly. Welcome to the conversation.
Hey, Kojo. This is a lot. This is a lot.
It is. It is. Somehow, good men in 2023.
Listen, somehow I'm shadow banned still in your comments, so no one sees my comments, but I'm always in your chat. When I heard Sam and Sam's comment about when the young lady was talking about getting married and her uncle made the comment about the guy being over 40, that's what prompted me to come up. But because there's a lot of people that are not getting married till they get into 40. I know quite a few Black men that haven't gotten married till they got into their 40s because they still wanted to sow their royal oats, so to speak. And a lot of them, after they've done slaying that thing around and done all they could do and everything, then they're ready to settle down. And that's just a fact in our community with quite a few men. After that thing is worn out, then they want to settle down and give it to one woman, and that's how it is. And as far as me being I've had good guys that they were good guys when I was with them, and then I don't know if it was maybe me or whatever, then they weren't so good guys, so then I wasn't with them. I was married to a couple of them, and it is what it is, and when I look back on it, I know, like, the first time I got married, I was like 24, 25. And I know now that I think about it, I wasn't ready at that time to get married. I got married, like, I'm older than all you guys. I'm old enough. I'm 58. So I'm old enough to be most everybody up here, their mom. So back when I was growing up, the thing was get a husband no matter what. You got to have a man, get a husband. So I fed into that BS, but I raised my daughters my granddaughters, my nieces, like, you don't have to do that now. Take your time, get yourself together. And back then, my self-esteem wasn't right. What it was like, I need a man to validate me. And I kept that same thing going for years. And for years, it was always, I wanted a man to take care of me. I need a man to validate me. It was always somebody to validate me, someone, something. And then I realized that I was always doing for myself, always taking care of myself. And that brings me to where I am now. I haven't been in a relationship for like 10 years, and I've been taking care of myself. I'm college educated, have my own house. I'm doing fine. And I'm like looking at other people in these relationships. Relationships are hard work. If you work one job, that's another full-time job. And it's not one that I want. I don't want another full-time job. I don't want to have to compromise all the time and think about somebody else's feelings, and not at my big age. No. So I'm just like, nah, I'm good. At my age, I'm good. Other people may not feel that way, but there are still women my age that are still out there looking for a husband. Not me. I'm good. I'm good just where I'm at.
Appreciate much.
Mocha.
Appreciate.
Mocha. Say
Mocha.
mocha. Mocha.
Oh, my bad. I read it as Mucha. I'm sorry. Mocha. I have been killing people's name, boy. I'll be killing people's names. Apologies. Thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it as well. David, welcome to the conversation, brother.
Hello, brother. Hello, everyone.
What's good, bro?
Doing all right. What's happening?
Talk to me, bro. Good men in 2023, and you're hearing the conversation. What are you telling me, man?
I think a lot of interesting conversation have been made. To me, the question comes back to what was said initially. What's your definition of a good man? And I think it varies across the board. Oftentimes, the price, that the price that someone will pay for something is what sometimes people consider to be its value. And oftentimes that determines what people put a price on. So for example, if I want to sell my car for $500, if everyone is trying to buy it for $100 or whatever, then maybe that's what the value people are putting on it. I might be able to try and look for the best buyer for it, because I feel like, okay, the people who are actually trying to buy it are not the best persons to buy it, or they're trying to undervalue it. And then, I might be able to find a buyer that's going to pay what I want for it, and I'll get the price I want. So sometimes I think people are in this situation in their life where they feel like, maybe this is the best I can get. And if this is the best I can get for whatever reason, then they'll just go ahead with it. And that might become their definition of what they regard to be a good man for them. For other people, that becomes a case of you are undercutting or undervaluing yourself in that kind of situation. So I think it has to do with each person's perspective. Oftentimes, when people feel like, especially for women, feel like they are at a particular age, or they feel like time is not on their side, they might be okay to take a good man and move on with their life, And at the end of the day, they might look at it and say, why do I have to, keep on waiting for, Tom Cruise or whatever great guy you want to think of to come along my way? And again, we can't also remove the fact that there's a spiritual aspect to the decision of a partner. So if I feel that, I prayed about this and God has told me that, this is the right person for me to go with, doesn't matter if my whatever person feels this way or whatever, I might pray about it to get more confirmation, to say, God, am I hearing you correctly? Because most of these people around me are saying no. But then at the end of the day, the decision is left for me to make. So it just comes down to, okay, maybe I should say, who is that? I'm trying to think of one black, really handsome guy, because people are coming after me for mentioning Tom Cruise. But essentially, you get what I mean.
Michael B. Jordan.
Okay, yeah. okay, the House has voted, the black women have voted Michael B. Jordan. But yeah, I think that just kind of becomes the bottom line. If you feel like this is the best I can get at where I am, then that man you can consider maybe is good enough for you. But then for me, I'll just say that as men, as women, we need to evaluate things very open-mindedly. This whole idea of a good man is not enough. To me, it kind of becomes: are you trying to wait for the guy in the Disney movie to come down, or what exactly are you waiting for? Or do you actually feel that there's something better for you out there? And I think, as was mentioned, sometimes people are actually just too young to see the value in a good man. Because I remember when I was dating, I met some people who were really great, but like my wife was telling me, there was a guy she was dating as well. If that guy she just met the guy at the wrong time, because she was like in uni, she was trying to study and do exams and all these things, and this guy was older than her and was talking about marriage and have kids and all those things. She wasn't ready. Doesn't mean that it was a bad guy or anything. She just wasn't ready. She wasn't in that space of life. She just wasn't there yet. So sometimes we have passed up on good people because we're not in the same space or in the same phase of life. And when that happens, you just, maybe 5-10 years later, they are now married and you are also married, and you're like, you know what? Hey, it just happened. And you guys see each other and you're like, man, you passed on a good person. Like, well, it just happened. That's just life. But I'm with someone that I'm happy with today, and that's just it. So sometimes our spaces or phases in life allows us to pass on a good person. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's the end for us, because again, to me, that's where I feel like God doesn't just say this is who you are going to marry, and then if that person dies, well, just be a nun. That's never going to happen for you anymore. No, God, there are multiple persons that God has for you, or God can bring to your life. So that's sort of how I see it. But then again, just to balance it out, don't pass on someone that's good just because you're waiting for the Disney man or Michael B. Jordan or whoever it is they want to call it to show up. And the same thing for a man as
well. Thank you very much, David. I appreciate it. I mean, that's a fair point, as well. I think people can mature and grow, and what they define as being good for them begins to shift and to change. So that's definitely an interesting point as well. Corey, you said you had a question you wanted to ask the panel. Go for it.
Yeah, appreciate it. So, some people say they wouldn't be able to know a man or a woman that is a good fit for them if they were standing in front of them. So the questions for the ladies is, how long would it take for you to identify a man that is the right fit for you?
First date.
Okay.
1 year.
1 year. Okay.
I would say after a few conversations.
Okay. Doc, you out of the running, or you still in the house, or can you answer?
I'm sorry. I always triple mute myself
You're good.
deliberately. I would say I have whittled it down to between 60 and 120 days.
Okay.
That gives me enough time to see what's going on there.
Okay. All right. So to be honest with you, there's really no right answer. I was just really curious as far as how you guys would take the time to actually get to know the man, or if you're feeling like yourself well enough to know the red flags. If you see the red flags, and cut it off immediately. So I was curious to know that myself, like how long would it take. So I appreciate you guys for answering that.
Interesting stuff. Thank you, Corey, for the question. Yeah, listen, I think also as well, great conversation so far. So, I said I'll circle back to the point I think Sammy was making and Keisha was agreeing as well with, in regards to, the gentlemen who are not married at a certain age. You understand? Hey, I'm not even mad at it because I think there's an element of truth to what you're actually saying. Wanted to kind of flesh that out a little bit more, though. Wanted to understand that a bit more in terms of a broader horizon in terms of that particular philosophy or mindset. So if Sam and Keisha could flesh that out a little bit more for us, we'd love to have a little conversation around that as well. Go for it, Sam.
Thanks, Kojo. I wanted to answer. There's somebody in the panel that asked me if I felt the same way about women, if I would think it's a red flag for women of a certain age being in the same situation. And to answer that person, I don't think it's a red flag just because, in my opinion, women have proven themselves to be more nurturer and to be able to adapt better in relationship. I actually think that women that are past 35, not even past 35, but in their 30s or even 40s, if they get married a little bit later in life, I think they probably would make better wives because they actually took the time to know themselves. And in general, I believe, it's not always the case, but that women are more nurturers. So no, I don't think it's a red flag for women. I think that women at that age would make better wives, in my opinion. But to get back to what Kojo asked, I don't think that it's impossible to find a good man age 40 years old or that could be a good husband. But I do think it could be a red flag, and those are questions to ask. If I meet a man, he's 45, he's never been married, so he's not even divorced, he's never been married, especially a woman of a certain background, where I know that if he has everything going on for himself, he probably has a lot of women throwing themselves at him, family member throwing women at him, and he's not married. I would initially take it as a red flag, and I would advise my sister or my friend to really get to know that person to understand what's going on. Because it could really be that he was very focused and he just have a certain way he wants to live his life. He's very disciplined and he was just waiting for the right time. But life has proven us that sometimes men be a certain way. And sometimes I feel like the lady said, Miss Mocha, Mimas, a lot of men, they decide to get married because they're done, doing what they were doing when they were young. But would that be a good fit for me? I don't want to be somebody's last choice because he's done doing what he was doing. I want everything that's fresh. I don't want to be with a man that's been doing XXYZ with everybody, right? So for me, that's not even, that wouldn't attract me personally. So yeah, what I was saying was that it would be a red flag and somebody should interrogate. You should ask more questions. You should really try to understand what's behind that. It could be something great and it could be something really bad. That's it for me.
I hear that. Keisha, you have any additions?
Yeah. As I said before, at first I thought I didn't see it as a bad thing. You know what I mean? Because that person, had been on their job for 15 years, had a home, was a stable man. So I didn't see it as a red flag initially. But when I had that conversation with my uncle, it brought up a different view. Like I said, initially when he said that to me, I was offended. But as time went by and I started to have more conversations with my ex, things started to click more. And I'll give you an example. I wasn't the first woman that he was engaged to. He was engaged before 15 years prior to meeting me. And I remember having a conversation with him and he was saying how his first fiance, ex-fiance, her father didn't care for him. And I kind of put it as a mental note, but as I start to experience him for myself and I start to think back to some of those conversations, I'm thinking to myself, well, if you're a good man and her father didn't see value in you for whatever reason, and at 15 years later, I have conversation with my uncle, who's like, yo, red flag, he's 40, no kids, never been married, then things kind of start to click for me. I'm like, yeah, there's something to that. But like I said, as time passed by and I start to experience him for myself and I start to see things, I'm like, I get why it hasn't worked out for you the first time and now the second time.
Okay, that's interesting. Still, you know what? I'm hearing you still. You know, I'm not inclined to disagree. You know what I mean? I'm not inclined to disagree. I think the longer, and I'm going to talk from my perspective. I think the longer you stay in these streets, the more conditioned you become by these streets. That's what I'm gonna say. Okay. So, you know, I think there's a there's some truthfulness to that statement. In that regard, I would add the caveat though, is whether that person has history dating though. I think that's a key aspect. And I would say if they've been dating and actually had some long-term relationships or at least some documented time in relationships, if they've never really had more than 6 months, yeah, you might want to, that person's a floater. You know what I mean? Like you're 30, my age, and you've never had a relationship longer than 6 months, you're a floater. So someone has to look a bit more closer into, or at least inspect you a little bit closer, in regards to whether you're ready to marry or whatever. So I would understand that point of view, you know, without having to throw it back at the ladies. I think there's an aspect of that I can agree with that. You know what I mean? Like I can't disagree with that particular point. Yeah, I think that's a fair play. Mocha, you said you wanted to add something. Go for it.
Yeah. Well, first, Keisha, you said he was once engaged 15 years ago, and then you were engaged to him. Like that's a big gap. Like I'll say, for instance, if he was 45, if he's 45 now, and he was engaged when he was 30, like that's a big gap. Like whatever, I mean, him at 30 and him now, he's two different people. I mean, I'm hoping that he's gotten some maturity between that time. I mean, it's there must be something more. I mean, is he a controlling person? I mean, he could have just been really driven in his. I mean, it could be a lot with that. But what I was gonna say was to flip it to looking at if there's a woman who hasn't been married by the time, like by the time she's 40 or so, you could look at our vice president here in the US, Kamala Harris, who didn't get married till I think she was 50, and also Oprah. Oprah's never been married, right? Those are two women, both driven in their careers. Neither one of them have children, you know. Vice president didn't get married till she was 50. Oprah's never gotten married. I don't see anything wrong with either one of them looking at them from the outside. And there's other women driven in their careers. They date, but get married later in life. There's a lot of women you know, in demanding careers or whatever, and just out here living their life. The same thing. If someone says that about a woman, people will have a fit. People will have a fit. There'll be all this outrage. So we have to hold, to me, the same standard for men or women. People just do what they feel. They don't want to get married. They don't want to get married. Some people, by the time they're 40, they got like 6 kids, men and women, 6, 8 kids by whatever, how many, you know, men or women. So it's like, we just got to look at it from there. Like, look at it as it is what it is.
I mean, can I say something? Because I know
Yeah,
that I put it
of
up.
course.
I understand what you're saying, but I would feel like there is different standards for men and women. It's sad, but it's just the truth. And I do feel that women over a certain age would actually be better wife than a younger woman, in my opinion, because of those reasons that you mentioned, actually. So for me, I don't think it's an equal thing just because of the way society is set up, especially for men and women in a certain background. Because as I was explaining, in certain culture, when a man is at a certain age and is not married and he doesn't have children, he's top of the line. The options are unlimited.
No,
it's not the case.
Listen, women, listen. Do you live in the U.S.?
I do.
Okay, you live in the U.S. Have you lived here a long time in the U.S.?
I've lived in the U.S. 16 years.
Okay.
I know I still have an accent, but
from where I live in Connecticut.
Okay.
Okay, I have family that live all over the U.S. Okay. Women in the U.S. who are educated or even educated or whatever that don't have children, like men who don't have children, they have the pick of whoever. If you don't have children, you can decide. You can wait as long as you want when you don't have children, men or women. Because
I disagree. I feel like men like younger women.
You think men like younger women?
Yeah, I believe that if a man could go for a woman that's like 36 or 28, they would go for a 28. I think so. But
well, I mean,
that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, women like younger men too. I mean, that's.
But it's not the same. See, the
no, that's not the same. But what I'm saying is, when people waiting until they're old to get married, that's people do like it's a lot of it. Also, is financial. It's also a financial thing people wait on. Getting married. I mean, you said you're married. I've been divorced several times. Combining finances, these rents out here are crazy. There's a lot that goes into getting married. Some people have histories of seeing so many things happen, marriages break down with their different families. Some people don't want to live in an apartment. They want a house. It depends on where they live, environment. All those things go into it. So it's just, to me, we can't paint a broad brush on it. It's just it's a case by case basis, and people have to do what works for them.
I agree. I do.
So that's what I think.
I mean, I understand. I agree with what you're saying, but if you have to go into the stuff that I brought up for the men's, I mean, based on experience, I would ask the question. As I said, it doesn't mean that the man is bad. He could just be a good man and he was very disciplined and he was doing what he was doing. But this is definitely a question that I would bring up to my younger sister if she was bringing me a man of a certain age. I would bring it up. But I wouldn't bring it up to my brother if he's bringing a woman that's like 37. I wouldn't bring it up the same.
So if you had a brother that was 47,
yes,
and he brought home a woman that was 40,
yes,
you wouldn't say any. You would.
I wouldn't, especially in the instance of Black women. I would not. I wouldn't question it as much. I wouldn't. I really wouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah, but if my sister is 27 and she's bringing a 47 years old or 40 and he's never been married, I'd ask why. Especially from the culture I'm from. I think that there's also a culture, as I was explaining, that plays a lot. So if he's 40, he's an engineer, he's making 250, he's 6'3", he's muscular, he looks like Michael B. Jordan, I'd ask, what happened?
Okay.
That's interesting. I actually hear that still.
Right. It is interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, but I'm older, so I prefer Idris over Michael B. Jordan. But
Mocha Mima, you mentioned that you have been through several divorces. How many? Several.
3.
I'm curious. 3. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So you have some experience. You can
Definitely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
we can understand that.
Twice,
Okay.
twice I did the divorce, and one time the other person did the divorcing.
Okay.
He divorced me.
we'll jump into that as well. That's a good topic to talk into. So we'll tap into that, Mocha. So don't worry, we're gonna tap into that and you can share. So
Okay.
I appreciate that.
All right.
I appreciate that. David, you said you wanted to contribute something. Go for it.
I like all the qualifiers that Sammy put on it. Michael B. Jordan, 6'3", makes 250. Bro, it's a lot of pressure on the brothers. How do you catch up with that? But I think the thing is, when you look at relationships and what have you, you also have to factor in, what are people looking for? And I think that's a question people often don't ask. So, like, are you looking to settle down and have kids? Or are you just looking for companionship to the rest of your life? I think that brings a lot of things into the question. Because, again, if you're just someone who is in your 40s or 50s or whatever, and you're just looking to find a companion to do life with, when your knees are out and you want someone to be there with you, to support you to the end of life and things like that. I think, that doesn't become an issue. You can decide to, wait till whatever age you want to wait and do whatever it is you want, and, all these kind of things. But then if you're looking for, having kids and raising kids and having a family and all that, I think a bit more of the things that Sammy was talking about then comes into question, because now, as a woman, you have to then start looking at a few more things, because unfortunately, I think there's an age where you get to as a woman whereby you don't really get the opportunity to make decisions for yourself anymore, and life, unfortunately, starts to make decisions for you, and society starts to make decisions for you, just because it's just the way kind of how the biology works. It's just the way kind of how society works, just the way kind of how life works. So I think both of them are quite right, but then it just has to do with what exactly that person is looking for from them, and the question that they were trying to discuss and things like that. Hey, maybe we should put it to the guys. Do you guys like older or do you guys like younger women? Kojo, Sean, maybe we should just put it to the guys and find out what they actually like. Then we can call it a decision.
Tell the truth.
They're honest guys. They will rather not answer if they don't want to say the truth.
I can answer. I ain't got no problem with that. Still, let me. Age wise, when you say young, I mean, like, listen, I'm 31, so I think 25 is like kind of like my max now, like my minimum now. Do you know what I mean? Only because, like, we're in two different stages of life, things that I've gone through, experiences, etc., etc. So for me, I would say, if you're saying younger, I'm not necessarily. Not necessarily saying no, I would say, listen, personally, I wouldn't date someone older in most majority of cases, only because of how the dynamics happen. Even when you're close in age, there are some power dynamics that happen between the two. Just gonna be honest, from what I've witnessed, what I've experienced in dating, age is actually a factor in terms of even how people relate and how people see each other. So for me, yes, I guess you do date a little bit down, a little bit younger. Um, but yeah, I think I personally date I would say, like, I would prefer someone a little bit younger, but younger again is minimum 25, because any lower than that, when you're dating, for me, it just seems like we're going to be in two different kind of ballparks. Do you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Yes, Andrea, I'm not about to have an old woman do me dirty. Absolutely right. Sean, question to you.
In the past, I've definitely dated older women. Yeah. However, at this stage in my life, after now being divorced and back out there and wanting to have kids, it's just not it's not feasible for me to date older, for what I want. So, but definitely in my day, I always gravitated towards older women, and not like significantly, but anywhere from 2 to 5 years.
Could you date older, Sean?
Now, no, I cannot, because if I'm serious and I say I want kids,
Oh,
start dating a woman older than me, it's just not gonna produce the outcomes. It's like I'm looking crazy,
I hear that.
So now I cannot, no. But in the past I have,
Fair
in the
play.
past I have. I did. My ex-wife was actually, she don't like to admit it, but she was almost 2 years older than me. She don't like to admit it though. And again, you wouldn't know. You would never know unless you asked. But yeah.
Calm. I hear that. Corey?
Yeah.
I'll go to Johan after.
For me, it's mostly been older women, like dating all the way back to high school. I had a girlfriend who was in college at the time, so I've been dating older for a while now. So if I do date someone who is younger, it's not because I did it on purpose. It's because I actually saw something in them. A friendship had developed. I saw something in them, and then a relationship happened after that. You have to really show that to make me go lower. But yeah, I've dated as old as 11 years older than me. But yeah, it's been mostly older. I say the average range probably 3 to 6 years older.
Okay, I hear that. Appreciate it. Johan, welcome to the conversation, bro. We are talking about obviously good man in 2023, but the first question we're asking at this point of the conversation is dating for men, younger, older. How about yourself?
Yeah, thanks for having me on the panel, guys. I'm a user of your channel, Kojo, so I appreciate it. For me personally, I'm a man in my 30s. I'm also a dad. I think dating women who essentially have an understanding of our lifestyle, because some of us can have kids, some of them don't. Like me, I do. So it's important to find a woman who's able to understand those things as far as like the responsibility of being a parent. And generally, that's something that comes with age and experience too. So it's not necessarily going to dating scene and looking for a woman in their late 30s or anything like that, but it's more about how they carry themselves, how they're responsible with their life choices and other things. And generally, you tend to find that with women past 33, 34, especially for myself. I'm just speaking for my own experience. Anything past, below 30, they are essentially in a different season of their life, and you can't really blame them for that. I think we just got to find the right fit for ourselves and not just generalize our experience.
So for you, then, would it be a case of date? Okay, let's say like, would the majority of dating be more younger or would same age or older for you when you're in terms of ladies?
I would
Generally,
say it's always whether the same age or older.
okay.
Anything younger than me by like 1 or 2 years, by the time we get to the table and start having conversation, I'm like, okay, we're not looking at the same thing in life. So generally, it's just that being a like it's again like being a dad, and in the season of my life where I'm at right now, I think it's just easier to connect with women that have more experience in life and more culture. And what I mean by experience is just understanding the importance of being a parent. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Love
Yeah.
that. No, I appreciate you, man. Yeah, that's good stuff, man. Listen, oh wait, question: you single?
Well, right now it's complicated.
What is complicated,
Well,
sir?
I just got out of a relationship, and so
Okay.
yeah, so yeah, just got out of a relationship, not ready to date yet, but I appreciate the conversation that you always have on the panel, especially Married at First Sight. Her and I were big fans, so I was always tuning in on your reviews and things like that, and Ready to Love as well. So tonight I felt like the conversation was great, so I just wanted to chime in.
Well, listen, Sunday we have the men's panel, so make sure you're around. I'll take your details after so we can get you involved. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll
to
be
have a
on.
perspective. Yeah,
I'm always watching when you guys have the men panel, so
we need you on.
Yeah, so
We're gonna bring you up.
All right, man. I'll be here. I'll be there. Let me know.
So, listen, the ladies are gonna listen. I mean, listen, this is the best time. In the Bible, at one point, Isaac, he was sad that his mama had passed Rebecca. But you know what? The wife came along and consoled him at that point in time. So just right now, you consoling the relationship, ladies. Enter his DMs. Anyway, so back onto the conversation. But thank you for sharing. I'm going to play with you, Johan. Oh, I've got a dry cough. It's killing me. Sorry about that. Yeah, so someone said Sundays, you say. So yeah, the conversation really good. I like where we're going with it at the moment. Question I didn't actually get to ask you, Johan, before we move on. The ladies are saying obviously, if they find out, that's 35 and ticking, you're looking like a red flag. If you've not been married, you're looking a little bit like a red flag. You potentially could be looking like a red flag. I mean, or at least an amber one. You know what I mean? So I wondered if you agreed or disagreed with that particular sentiment or point.
So first, I'm not looking at the comments because I don't have them pulled up. So
they want you. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Well, red flags are very depending on who you meet. I can be a red flag for somebody who is not a mom, who's in her 30s on her purpose, going after a master's degree. Me being a dad, I have a son, and he's at an age where he understands some of those things. He's 8, so essentially, I don't take dating lightly. I've been married before, so commitment is not something that I'm afraid of. So I don't know where that red flag is coming from. For me, it's just about making the right decision in the second season of our life. Kojo and I, we are in the second season of our life, the second chapter of our life, which is generally the late 20s all the way up to 50. So around that time, you really want to make the right choices. Having the right woman in your life is very important. So, and that's something that I'm committed on finding. That's why I'm very honest and why saying it's complicated, because I didn't want to get too much into details there.
Oh, I respect that, bro. Don't even worry about that. Respect that. What are you saying, Sean?
Sean is shaking his head. I don't know what's going on.
Johan, you about to get caught up in the vortex, bro.
What do you mean? Tell me what's going on.
Oh no, they're just gonna have a field day with you because they're just gonna have fun with you. But it's all good, man.
Did I say anything wrong that they would have?
No. It's not a matter of right or wrong, but it's flawless execution, from my perspective. But the ladies are gonna have fun with you.
Oh,
because the stories are starting to spin in terms of what is what's the it's complicated mean. Once you say that, they start. That's they won't figure out what.
Well, I mean, I don't know how many people you have on here, and I just didn't want to come out here for the first time and kind of just lay out my life. I would say generally, if I were to meet a young lady right now who would want to date me, I'll be honest in telling her that I'm emotionally unavailable, because the fact that my last relationship did not work out wasn't necessarily because, the key words nowadays is it was toxic or it was abusive. But then none of that. It was just two grown people that decided to make different decisions. And me as a grown man, I do have to make my due diligence and making sure that the next person who walk into my life also has the best experience, and I can show my growth from my last relationship. So because I'm still doing that work, you know, I can't really come out and say I'm single, because somebody is going to be like, okay, he's single, right? But I'm single, but I'm not available. I guess if that's the way to put it.
I hear that.
Come on,
I respect
brother.
that.
Come on now.
Come on now.
With that male grown.
Bro.
Come on now. Come on.
There are good men out here.
Right.
Talk that talk, bro.
See good men out here taking time to recover. Look at that.
Look, and he's taking himself out and being upfront and honest.
Sitting on the bench. Look at that.
Still can't get no love. Still can't get no love. Oh,
but you know, they're gonna want to. That's gonna intrigue the ladies more. You know, they're gonna want to get to know why. You know, are you sitting out there? You know, are you emotionally available to the right woman? You know, that's. Let's just see how things go. But I got a question. So listen, we see the fellas up here. You know, we got Sammy Sam. You know, done pulled up on the camera. We got a panel full of beautiful Black ladies, Black women, right? And we just seeing avatars, you know, like what's going on? Can we get a sneak peek? I mean, I'm seeing little avatars, you know, but like, let's see eye to eye. We need that eye to eye connection to really have, you know, great dialogue. So that's my little bequest. We'll see where that lands me.
And
good shot, Sean.
Nothing. See, that's crazy.
Thank you,
Sean. You're not low. You're not low.
Yeah, we appreciate you. Look, y'all told me, a couple of y'all was like, come out the bushes. I told you I was in the bushes. I came up. I'm on camera. Look, come on now.
I feel like you trying to say something, Sean. Like, what's up? Like, you always coming for me. What's up?
Did I try?
I think you did. I think you tried it. Okay. We was having a warm moment with your aunt, and you out here messing it up, asking me. I ain't got time to put no makeup on for y'all. I'm ugly today. Leave me alone.
No, that is when that's what the ladies don't understand. You are in your most rarest form of beauty when you're in your natural state.
Bro, I be telling them, bro.
Like,
whatever.
You know?
Whatever.
You be telling them, bro.
I'm at the house with my house robe on. I said I'm at the house. I got my bonnet on. Y'all leave me alone.
That's when
Don't you roll your eyes at me, Black. You better watch it.
And I'm old and I'm not.
Oh, you are. Your gun is sitting fully loaded over there.
I'm pointing it right at you, Sean. I'm pointing it right at you because you be acting shady towards me. You be acting shady. I'm telling y'all, chat family. Kojo, Black, and Sean be trying to do me grimy, but it's okay.
No.
I still be here.
Do to you?
We like seeing
you. Self-perceived. You are having a moment all by yourself. What do we do to you? Tell us.
I see it in your spirit. I see it in your spirit. But
Not
it's okay.
You sensing the spirit in me.
I'm just messing with y'all. It's all love.
Kojo, Sean, listen.
Well, Kojo, I don't know if I should say on or now, but thanks for having me again. Sean, big fan. I appreciate all of what you guys do. And, you know, hopefully I get to join you guys on the men's panel again. And I just came on to answer that other question. Kojo kind of put me on the spot with all his
Don't worry about it. Hey, are you on Instagram?
Yes, sir. I actually follow.
Are you following me already?
Yeah.
Okay, send me a message.
Okay.
Send me a message so I've got your details. And then I'll send you a link on Sunday. Yeah?
All right, man. I do that right now.
I appreciate my G.
Yeah.
It's good seeing you. The ladies want you now, bro.
Yes, please come back. You're a
see?
breath of fresh air. Please come back.
Uh-huh.
Oh, thank you.
And these are good guys. We like to see good guys. Like, all jokes aside, this is probably the best platform to see healthy Black men discuss topics in our community that are, whether they're promoting us or plaguing us, and we need that as a community. We actually need to see you and hear you, because we hear the other side. We hear the red pill poppers and the cocoa incels. We hear them all the time. So please come back.
Would you? Thank you very much for having me, guys.
No worries, Johan. Message me, yeah? Appreciate it. See, y'all, I'm bringing you guys gems. You know what I'm saying? I'm bringing you guys gems. Don't worry about that. Next few days.
Not plaguing us, though, Doctor, 100%.
Right. Well, she threw it in there, didn't she? Threw it on in there, didn't she?
I said what I said. I said what I said. Like, ladies, I already know. Y'all feel me in the chat. When you go out in these YouTube streets, it's detrimental. There is so much hate mongering. There is so much just vile energy daily. I mean, it's constant. And even though here there's a dialogue, we don't always see eye to eye, but there is a vibration of love here. There is a vibration of wanting to find a middle ground, even if we don't always agree with each other. There's not a deliberate undertone of disrespect. There's an effort to be heard and understood and understood across the board, even if we're not always. This is what family is, and that's what I try to always say when I'm here, because I'll give it to y'all. I'll shadow box with y'all. It's not a problem, but it's not out of a disrespect. It's out of an effort to find the middle. And I feel that way with everybody who except for a few of your guests, Kojo, because sometimes you be surprising us with some we ain't gonna go there though, because you know who I'm talking about. Because don't bring them back. Don't do that.
He's come back again. I'm playing. They might do. But no. Yeah. But sorry, I was gonna ask a question. I remember I had it here. I've got it here still, so that's good. I'll ask a question in a second in the two, right? But I wanted to address this because I think this happens all the time, right? Why don't you believe us men? At least, why don't you believe me? Let me not speak for the men. Let me speak for myself. When we say we like your natural, why do you guys say that you discount what we say? Like I know there are men out there that might tell you some lies, but we say it all the time. We love your natural. We love you. I personally love seeing the cornrow up on your head. I ain't gonna lie to you. Okay, all right. You know what I'm saying? Like I like you in your natural state. But it seems as if like we lying. Like it feels as if we're told we're lying. But the truth of the matter is, I don't think your beef is with us lying. I think the beef is with yourself. I'm about to start some trouble tonight.
Oh, Kojo, you want the smoke, I see.
I'm starting the beef tonight.
I want all of you guys to pull up your Instagrams. Let me see what you've liked for the past 30 days. Is it all natural women?
Thank you. No. Thank you for pointing that out because that's going to prove my point. Women are observing something called sexual currency. Okay? Now, sexual currency does not translate into relational currency. Do you understand? So if I click on something or double like something, right? If I see Big Nayash upon my screen on Instagram, I mean, I don't double tap that, but if I double tap it, yes, I like what I saw. Is that what I'm attracted to personally in terms of relationally? Completely different. This is why BBLs are moving mad. I'll be honest with you. Me, I don't mind talking about it because I'm tired of seeing it. BBLs are moving mad because people assume sexual currency relates to relational currency. The two are completely different. I may want to have sex with you, but that doesn't mean I want to relate. I want to relate to you and be in a relationship with you. And oftentimes, women observe what men say and do and get excited by, but that's not who we're actually dating. And it's completely different. I'm not saying that, chest and bum is not going to get people to be in a relationship with, but what I'm saying is it doesn't directly correlate. Do you understand? Because again, what that does, it boxes men into a small box, saying that we are very narrow-minded. All we care about is your physique. When the reality is, beyond the physique, we're trying to find out what kind of person you actually are. Do you have essential qualities that we actually like? Do you know what I'm saying? Are we going to get on? We talk about peace all the time. All these other things are really important. And so it's really interesting when men say we like women natural. And I'm not saying all men say this, because a lot of men do like makeup. A lot of men like that other stuff. But when we say it, you challenge us on those things. And what usually does come up is, but that's not what you like on Instagram. Baby, if I pull up what you like on Instagram, is that what you're dating? You will like fantasy things too.
Did you want me to respond or were you waiting for a rebuttal?
I'm done. Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I've had these conversations with guys before because normally I am natural. Normally I don't wear makeup outside of like career related things. But I see men that will say, like, I want a woman that's natural, that has her real hair, that has her real body, her real nails, whatever the case may be. But when we see what you entertain, it's the opposite of that. And I feel like for a lot of women, they're confused because they're like, well, you said you like this, but what you entertain is this. So which one is it? And I think you guys, Sean, Corey, Kojo, should clarify that, or like open that conversation up for why that is, because it can be confusing to women where you're like, you want a 90s beauty, but Black China is the one that you like on Instagram. Like it's confusing.
I personally think in this situation, what happens is what you described. I'm gonna set some fires off. Yeah. The reason why it's confusing is because you're not actually looking at what we actually want. You're looking at the options that men get drawn to in terms of physicality. And you're hoping to have the same options those other women who have. You want the same options. But the reality is it's not all currency that is to do with relational currency. That's why I separated the two. You see, a lot of times when I spend time with women, you start to understand that women are competing against women. They're not competing against me. You're competing against other women. And so sometimes people do stuff because they see other women having an attraction of men coming towards them. But how many of these guys are actually trying to wife her? Listen, right now, if you go into a girl's DMs, you'll see so many sperm in there of men trying to get to the egg. And most of these men just want to sleep with her. A lot of these men are not serious. They're not intentional. They don't care about this girl. They just want to sleep with her. That is not the kind of attention you actually want. That's why I'm making a distinction between the two. And what happens is women look at the attention as a whole, as one whole thing, instead of dividing it up and saying, actually, what attention is this person actually getting that's actually real and actually wants intentional relations with that person? And what attention is it the person just wants to have sex? Or this person just wants to steal your energy? That's the big difference. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times someone said attention, not intention. Yes, Johan. You know what I mean? A lot of times that's what gets misread. So when you're seeing other women like, oh, men are saying that they like natural, but we see what you go to. Yeah, you see us trying to have sex with that woman down the road. You do see that. A lot of them. So if that's what you want, then by all means, follow that same route. But if the reality is that you want intention, that's not where actually men who are, and I'm not saying this about makeup or anything, I'm saying in general as a principle. When you want to look at actual intentions, is that what they're actually going for? That's what you need to start. That's what I think, ladies. That's why I said ladies need to. You actually need to talk to us to actually understand what we're actually doing, and you'll realize we can separate the two. What we're trying to have sex with ain't usually what we're trying to marry. That's where the issue comes from. But I'll let the other men join in so they can actually give you a different perspective, because they might disagree with what I'm saying and my sentiment, and I'll be happy to have that conversation. Corey, Sean, David, one of you guys, you want to jump in? You can just open your mic and go.
So I think the disconnect sometimes comes whereby women feel like when we say natural, we mean like there's no form of attraction or no form of, for lack of a better word, touch up. So in my own opinion, a little bit of powder and lip gloss, to me that's still natural though. I mean, that's just my own opinion, so I think that's where sometimes there's a disconnect whereby they kind of feel like, oh, maybe like how all these guys say fresh face out the shower and all this kind of rubbish, because the truth is men still definitely want a little bit of that attraction there. We still want to have that there. So we're not asking you to look like exactly like how we do as a man or what have you. A little bit of touch up is fine, but not just the over the top kind of stuff with all the bat eyelashes and all the. I think that's where guys are like, no, we don't want all that. And to be honest, sometimes some women's wigs actually is almost a turn off than a turn on in the actual sense. So I think that's part of what guys are talking about. It's not that they're saying, okay, don't do a little bit of touch-up or whatever. That's not the kind of natural that we're talking about. And then I think you've already mentioned the other part, the fact that, a guy would look at something and would attract him or spark up his, masculine, desires to be sexual. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's what he wants to marry and have at home and show to his mom or to his family. So there's a little bit of that involved there. But I think you've already explained that, so I'll just leave it there for the other guys to give their opinion.
Preach that, David. Go for it, Sean.
Yeah, I would add, I think there's a couple of things going on here when it comes to this conversation. And I think one of them is just women not, we talked about this before, like, can we tell the truth? Can women handle the truth? I think it's just certain things that we say, you can't accept it, and you got to poke holes in it, and you got to find a way that you discount what we're saying. So look, we say it. I don't know how else to make you think that I'm telling the truth. It's true. It's what I like. When I prime example, my ex-wife, I was to tell her, you don't have to wear makeup. I love it when you're natural. And there would be times when she would, or when we were running around. But when she went out somewhere or she went to work, she just felt like she needed to do it. We ultimately would talk about it because, do what you want to do. You're beautiful either way, but I'm just saying you don't need to do it. It boiled down to she was doing it for herself. And how many women will just say that at the end of the day, I'm doing it for myself. So say that. Don't make it about me, because I'm telling you 100% how I like you, what I like. If you want to do something for yourself, then you do it for yourself, right? So, but don't gaslight me to tell me that, no, I don't want what I want. I'm telling you, I like it. How many men say it? There's ladies, when you go to the gym, you typically don't have a lot of makeup or makeup on in the gym, right? You might have braids, or you might have your hair, and men approach you often, right? Some women avoid gyms that have men in them because they don't want to be bothered. So men are attracted to you in a natural state. Does it mean you are looking like Miss Seeley from The Color Purple? No. If you're running around in that state, you're probably not going to get as much attention. But if you got braids in your hair, or your hair is in a natural afro, that's beautiful. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see what the big deal is. You do what you want to do. But I think that is part of the issue. Some of it is just beauty standards and where they exist. So I do understand that there is that pressure that is out there. I'm not going to discount it and say it's not a reality. But I will say that when a man says it, 9 times out of 10, we mean it. We have no reason. So we woke up today, Corey, Kojo, and I, we just said, we want to lie to you. We want to gaslight you to hell and make you go outside natural, but we're not going to be attracted to you ultimately. You know what I mean? So I just don't know what else to say about this particular topic. It's how we feel, right? And it doesn't mean then you'll play the game like, oh, well, you thought that girl was pretty, but she had on a little bit of makeup. Well, clearly we can't tell. I don't wear makeup, right? I don't apply it. So I can't tell if they just have on a little bit of makeup, what it looks like. I know what a natural face looks like to me, right? So again, I don't know. I don't know what else to say.
You told Kojo to block me.
Doctor, you are full of all trolls. No, we should block you. We should block you and get you a timeout sometimes when you start putting your theses in the comments.
You could do that, and guess what? I'll be ready with some more theses. You can leave me.
And that's why we just leave you be. We just let you go.
Corey, go for it.
Yeah, so when it comes to natural, I'm thinking you guys are talking about face and hair, right?
That's my thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I didn't want to make sure we weren't just talking about just hair or just face. So when it comes to face and hair, I like what I like. Be quite honest with you guys, it does not matter. I've seen women go from makeup and having relaxed hair to going natural, and they actually look better with makeup and natural and relaxed hair. It's just people carry things differently. Not everyone can sport a certain look and still be attractive to every male that approaches. So I'm just attracted to what I'm attracted to. So whether you have the natural hair, natural face, or the relaxed hair and makeup on your face. But I will say this, I do tend to tilt the scale towards natural. The reason why I say that is because there are a lot of videos that I've seen where makeup is applied, and once it's off, it's like a completely different person. So for you to be able to stand in your own beauty without the makeup, that is a beautiful thing to see for a man, at least this man. So to see that with the makeup on, you look beautiful, you're pretty, but with it off, you look just as beautiful, just as pretty, or even more. That is a good thing because it's not caked on. It's also how it's applied. So a lot of things go into effect when it comes to me looking at you. You know, so I'm attracted to what I'm attracted to, but I will say that the scale is kind of tipped towards natural.
Bang bang. And you know, it's interesting because I think Darika put a comment, and I think it's interesting. You know, she put a comment. So she said the conversation is probably the reason why women don't want to come on camera. Men seem to always be picking on a woman's looks, really. And if you notice, nothing I said was negative about looks. I'm actually, and this is why I was saying there's a disconnect between men and women. What part of did you hear of me saying was negative? I was saying that I liked you when you're natural. I'm saying that your face is natural. You're beautiful when you're natural. I'm praising the natural look that you have. I'm not saying don't wear makeup. I'm not saying that you don't look good wearing makeup. I said, why don't you believe us when we tell you we like natural? See, that's where the disconnect sometimes happens between men and women. And it's not all women and men. I'm just saying, you heard something and you ran with it instead of actually listening to what I actually said. We never put women down for this. I said, why don't you understand when we say that we like natural? Why do you tell us we're lying? Where did we nitpick looks? We're saying we like natural.
And Kojo, can I add to that too, real quick? Any woman that has ever come on this panel, not one of the men has ever talked about her looks, but you know who has? Other women in the comments.
I was just going to say
Hey, that's some truth right there. That's
thinking that same thing, Sean. I was just thinking that to myself. I've been in lots of chats, and I've seen women from the comments talk about women that were on the panel, like rip them to shreds. And I have to say, I have said stuff myself, so I'm not going to say that I haven't done, but I've said some stuff, but I've seen women just really like pick the bones clean. And it was like really, it was really bad.
I'm glad I don't read the comments then.
Now the women are calm. They're calm. They're usually calm around there.
Yeah, here it's not bad, but like other content creators where it was really bad. And I know I stopped doing that because some content creators don't allow that in their chat. They won't allow you to do that. But I have seen it. But what I was gonna say was I know myself from my friends that are guy friends that have the issue with that with their women with their girlfriends and their wives and the whole Instagram thing. First of all, to me, a lot of these Instagram chicks all look the same. Because it's like they all got the same shading with the makeup and everything. So they all look the same. They all look like they're 25 to 30 and they all got that same straight hair and whatever. But it's like it seems like the men might be looking more at that fantasy than they are to the reality that's sitting right next to them. So that's what causes that disconnect because they're more looking into that phone, into that Instagram, and not looking at their wife or girlfriend that's right there. Because there's more pictures of these Instagram models on Instagram than there are of men with shorts on and with no shirts on for us. So maybe if there were more men up there for us to see, maybe, you guys would feel the way we felt. Just putting it out there.
May I add to this? And I'm just going to speak from my personal stance because I do joke about. I've said it before, like I ain't getting on camera, I'm ugly, whatever. But those are just me being lightly comical. However, I do not like to come on camera for multiple reasons. First off, I am in between developing certain things for myself locally. So whomever may watch the channel, I want to move carefully so that I am able to move locally carefully as well. So that's one point in there. Um, but I'm really not a camera person. I'm not a social media person. This is as social media as I get. This is literally the only place, the only platform I've ever spoken and on such an array outside of comments here and there. I do not have Facebook. I do not have social media. I don't participate in any of those things. All of my involvement with community on any level, it's more direct. And I'm a community outreach coordinator. So talking to people is what I do. I just do it more directly. And I've had mixed reviews with my appearance. And we touched on some of that when you first met me, Kojo, when on the first panel we spoke in, when that had to do with colorism. And some of it is due to that. Some of it obviously is due to personal experience of what I've experienced in my home, just growing up, where you get different responses and you learn how to adapt so that you can get people to focus on what you want to focus on. So if I just wanted attention for the sake of having attention, maybe I would go the more sexual, sensual route, the makeup, the heavy makeup, the hair, things like that, to kind of look like the Barbie-ish thing that we're seeing right now these days. If I wanted to purely look professional and just kind of rise up the ladder, I might take it more on a sleeker, that kind of anchor woman look, you know. But I also want to retain my own identity. So sometimes that doesn't fare well, and sometimes it does. But I had to do certain things in order to make people pay attention to me and what I was saying and my spirit, because there is something about me and my physical presence that is distracting. I'm not saying it's because I look ratchet or good or wholesome or whatever, but whatever the projection is, that perception that other people may have upon me. And then when they start to hear me and see me, because now I've taken away some of those distractions, they start to see the spirit in me. So partly of why when I speak on a platform such as this, the avatar is to help the audience recognize and resonate with me, and not the avatar that you may see in my physical, if that makes sense. Okay.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Doctor. Appreciate that. You know, I appreciate. And I just wanted to address Darika, because she's addressing me, so I'm going to address it. We're not nitpicking. Again, I was going to address, we're not nitpicking at any woman's looks. We're saying, I feel like sometimes people just really just want to miss the point. Like, and the reason I'm addressing Darika, because you said men nitpick, so you address it to men. So I want to just address it again. We said, why don't women listen to us when we say that we like this? That was the original comment. So the conversation is about, do men like natural? And I asked the men what their thoughts were. They said they like natural, they like this, they don't like that. So that's all it was. There was no nitpicking at all. And the reason why I'm addressing your comments, because if you miss the point, it becomes really annoying. And it's not only that, but it's also, I don't want to say dangerous, but I say it's problematic for us as men, because we've spoken about this, how quickly you get labeled. So I don't want to be a miscommunicator on this subject, because I understand how looks can be a sensitive subject for women. And I definitely don't want to be labeled as something when it's definitely not that. And when it's clearly not that, we're not talking about nitpicking anybody's particular looks. We're talking about what we prefer. I would rather that the person not misinterpret what I'm saying, because this is a very touchy subject. That's what I want to address. Secondly, someone actually asked me a really good question. Why do I potentially like more of a natural look. And when I say natural, I like it stripped bare. I'm a bit different from the guys. I'll be honest with you. I like it stripped bare. Listen, if your cornrows are looking nappy, I love it. You understand? Yeah. For me, if you've got no makeup on and you wake up in the morning, I love it. A little bit of eye crust, love it. Listen, I like it all the way natural. You understand? For me personally, you know what I mean? And someone asked me this question before, and I was like, had to like sit down myself, ask myself a real question, why? And I think I've typed in the chat. I said, because for me, it represents vulnerability, and I'm attracted to someone's ability to be able to be all the way free. You know what I mean? Because that's how I am. I'm all the way free. So I see that you don't have to think about makeup. You don't think about, you just pure natural. You're not thinking about nobody else, nothing else. You don't care. And for me, that's a beautiful thing. So that's what I said. It's probably more on that particular aspect. It's probably more me. You know what I mean? Because I know some guys do like a little bit of, they like the makeup, but making it look natural kind of look. I personally want you barefaced. Okay, barefaced. You know what I mean? I want to see flesh, skin. You know what I mean? Untouched. That's how I like it. You know what I mean? So I'm not opposed to makeup, but it's that's what I would say is preferably my thing. But it links to that vulnerability piece, and that links to trust, and that links to for me attraction. So yeah, but that's not every guy. You know what I mean? That's not every guy as well. So yeah. Back to the point we're talking about, actually the actual conversation. I want to ask a real question about the conversation back onto, and thank you, Doctor, for sharing as well. I do understand that as well. People got jobs, so I do appreciate it. Back into the conversation in terms of being a good man. I want to ask the ladies something, a little question here. And I want to ask this question: do women try to make men into good men? Like, do you try? And maybe good men is the wrong term to use, but do women try to make men into this good man, into this right man for them? Do you know what I mean? Is that something that women tend to do? I'm asking that question, you know, because obviously we're saying these good men, you know, you talk about nice guys versus good guys. I'm asking the question, ladies, are you trying to make certain men into this good guy role? So you're intentionally ignoring certain stuff and trying to force them into the good guy role. I wanted to get the ladies' opinion on this and their thoughts as well. Only lady can take this. Anyone who feels ready to answer that particular question can go forth and prosper. Whoever opens their mic first.
You mean upgrade like Beyonce song?
That too. Go for it.
I've done that in the past. I mean, I've tried, because I have a history of dating down. So I've tried to, you know, I was what you call it building a bear. I I had to build a bear store in the past, and I would try to do that, but you can't build a bear that didn't want to be built. So no matter how much you know, museums you go to, or movies, books, different things, if a person doesn't want to do better for themselves, you can want it for a person, but if they don't want to do better, it's not going to happen. You know, no matter what things you expose them to, you know, and show them the life that you lead and try to encourage them, it's just not going to happen. So I mean, I tried to do it until, you know, until I realized it's not going to work. So
I appreciate
yep.
just a question as well. So I don't, you might have answered it and my brain kind of skipped over it. For you then, just kind of just tracking back, like, why do you feel like I know you said you dated down and everything, but why do you feel like you were trying to make, in the past, why do you feel like you were trying to make men into good men, or these men into good men? What was your motivation, I should say, to do so?
Because it was partially because I wanted them to be, I want to say, let's see, because I wanted I wanted to be this socially acceptable person that I wanted to be in my mind of who I wanted to be. So instead of me going for a person who was that already, I would pick someone to put them together to get to be that person. Instead of getting someone that was already there. Because I was a formerly a pick-meisha. And if someone, I would go for the person because I had low self-esteem. If someone liked me, I liked them because they liked me. So they liked me, but I also wanted this, I wanted to have this image and I wanted to have this lifestyle. So, this person liked me because they had the attributes I wanted, but they didn't have the social status that I had. So let's get them together so they would have the social status along with me because they had all these other attributes that were attractive. So let's get them going with, encouraging for schooling and all this other stuff. So that's what I would do.
Appreciate it, Marco. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, sir. Any other ladies want to hit that?
Yeah, I definitely say that I have in the past, and specifically, I feel like more so from a religious standpoint, wanting someone to be on the same page with you, as they say in church, being equally yoked. And I feel like I've tried to get people to my level of spirituality, and that never works. If someone doesn't want something for themselves, it doesn't matter what you do, it's not going to work if it's not within them to do that. So for sure. And I think a lot of, just from, like I said, from someone who's grew up in church and was raised in the church, I feel like a lot of women who are in church settings or look for a husband in church settings do exactly that. A lot of compromising, against what is better. You're like, okay, he has all of these things, but he believes in God and that's it. No relationship with God, but he just believes in God, but that's good enough for me to work with. And then you find yourself frustrated and you find yourself conflicted because you're dealing with someone who is not on the same plane with you. And then you find yourself compromising. If you are against fornication, you find yourself doing that. You start to lose yourself as you're trying to get someone on your side of things. So for sure, I would say that I have done that before, but more so on a spiritual aspect.
Excuse me. May I jump in? Yes, I'm guilty. I hate to admit it, but actually, I don't hate to admit it. I'm just guilty. Mr. Don't Play That made a statement. He said something about some of y'all be thinking that they are the beacons of light that can change. Maybe he made a typo, but change someone because they assume they're a great catch, egotistical. And I want to wholeheartedly admit that maybe that was some of my problem. Where, because my biggest motivator was potential. I would see everybody I've ever talked to or wanted to talk to or anything. I always saw potential, always. And I'm like, hey, that's, they cool. They just, they let me help them reach their goal. Let me help them do these things. And then we could be great together. Well, they let me help them. And then they moved, and then things fizzled or whatever. And I also attribute that to how I was raised. I was raised as a person, a young kid who had a lot of responsibility as a young child. So I really wasn't a kid. I was an adult, just in a kid's body, and I had to handle a lot of things. So I would attract people who wanted to have that type of help, and then once they were dusted up, dusted off, now they got options, because I've helped them to spiffy up, and not to say that I'm responsible for anybody's come up or anything like that, but there was a pattern, and I had to recognize that the hard way, because I am a natural helper. I help people for a living. Like, that's my job in the community. And I definitely carried that into relationships. And I learned the hard way. And it was tough and rough. But that I had to learn that that's not my job. My job is that's God's job. And I was interrupting God's work in that way. And I got humbled for it big time.
Love that. Thank you, Doctor. Sam?
Similar to the other ladies, I would say I've been guilty of trying to change a man. Yeah, I've been guilty. But I think that I got blessed. I got blessed that as soon as I realized it wasn't going to be possible, I ran far away. But just to respond to a lot of things I've heard, I feel like in your 20s, when you date in your 20s and you want to date because of potential, I don't think there's anything really wrong to that, because most people in their 20s are not already made, really. But I would say in your 30s, if you meet a man in certain situation, I would be a little bit more stricter. So yes, I've been guilty of that when I was younger. I don't regret doing it, because I was able to learn, and as soon as I realized that I was making a mistake or that the person wasn't going to change, I was able to learn fast. So yeah, I've been guilty of it too.
Fair enough. I appreciate it. Thank you for sharing that, ladies, as well.
Can I say one thing, Kojo, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
I just want to address something that's in the chat, and something that I've noticed a lot in conversations like this, as far as like the social media space. Ladies, can we stop saying, I would never do that? That could never be me. We have all gone through a process. You know what I mean? Who I was at 18, who I was at 25, and who I am now at 33 are three different women. So I just want us to stop doing that, because we've all made our mistakes. Some of us, our mistakes haven't been publicized, but let's keep it honest. Let's keep it a buck. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like when people think that they're better or above people by saying things like, oh, that could never be me. I don't do this and I don't do that. You probably did. You just don't want to admit it. I just needed to say that real quick.
That's very true. That's very true. It can happen to anybody. No word of a lie. Sorry, was someone going to say something? Did I interrupt? No?
For me? Oh, no.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I thought you were going to... I thought I cut across you. Yeah, no, I definitely hear that, and it's something that my friend actually always says as well. Like, she always says, like, never say it can't be me, because it could be. You know what I mean? So I definitely hear that as well. You know, and I think someone's put something in the comments, which was actually a good comment. I might have just missed it. It was about the shame of this situation. I'm trying to say, I think I've lost the comment. I think it'll come out. Oh, women are shamed. Okay, that was it. So, but then women are shamed when they want a finished product as a man and not their potential. And do you know what? There is some truth to this. But I'll say this again. And I think this is really one of my biggest points around these kind of topics is these situations when people will start saying this stuff, right? Like, for instance, I personally don't care. If you choose a man that is already finished and done, fantastic. Hallelujah. Be blessed. That's kind of advice I think we'd all give our sisters. Like, we're not, you know what I mean? But I think it's the issue is the word potential. I think the word potential has the issue here, because sometimes women are very much nurturers, and I agree, and very much people who help nurture and grow. But sometimes the word potential is overused. Sometimes these goons ain't got no potential. They've not shown you anything. It's like you're seeing something that's not even there. And that is where the issue comes in. Because sometimes when we talk about the word potential, when I was breaking it down, remember I looked at the word potential. The person has to show you something. There actually has to be there has to be forward movement already. Like you're seeing the car already moving, and you're thinking it can go faster. The car, in a lot of times, is not even moving. It's still. In fact, there's no car on the tracks. He hasn't even built tracks. He has nothing. You know what I mean? So if anyone shames you for going after someone who's fully finished, they don't need to be in your vicinity, in your space. We don't need to be shaming anybody. And what you'll find is the very people that are shaming women for choosing that very end product are at the bottom of the totem pole. That's why they're shaming you. They're at the very bottom of the totem pole. They're not being seen, they're not being heard, they're not being smelt, they're not being tasted. People don't look at them. That's the reason why they're complaining about that. Go for it, Mocha.
But Kojo, don't men want that? Work the same thing we said for men and women.
Mm-hmm.
It's
The
the
cart's
same
moving.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you find a woman, you're like, oh, I can get her. Look, a man will find a woman, and he'll build a bear too. He'll buy her a behind, he'll buy her breasts, he'll buy her a whole bunch of wigs and a whole bunch of other stuff to get her to who he wants her to be. Stop looking like that, Sean. So so that he could bring her around all his buddies, and all his buddies like, oh, that girl, she is bad. Look at her, this and that and the other. Like, come on now. Men do it too. They do it all the time. You know, look at her like, oh, who is that? Look at her. Look, 6 months later, oh, he's with someone new. Oh, that's the same chick. What? And she's all done up, Louis Vuitton bag, and the whole 9 yards. Like, come on now. It happens too. He's put her through school, gotten her a new car, and all other kind of stuff. That was it. Go ahead, Sean.
You are not lying, though. Go for it, Sean.
I mean, I would agree with you that, men do a version of this. I don't know. It's about buying them the BBLs to get them to where we want them to be. I think, unfortunately, that's something between society and women's wants that they've, made choices to do those more often than not. You'll find most men, not all, most men are anti-plastic surgery, right? Unless there is a need, or a significant need or a reason that you have to do it, right? But most of us are anti-plastic surgery because we kind of look at the risk, and from a logical perspective, we're like, we met you this way, we love you the way you are. If there's something you want to change, maybe change it in a natural way, right? Let's work out together, let's do X, Y, and Z. But to your point, I do think, we can make concessions for some. And I think what it all boils down to is that people make concessions for what they want, right? It may not be what you need, but it's what you want. So you make those concessions, and then you convince yourself that, okay, well, they got 1, 2, and 3, but 4, 5, and 6 are really the things that are going to make me or are really going to be relationship satisfaction, but the 1, 2, and 3 are the things that just get me going. So I think I can work with them on the 4, 5, and 6. Nah, you can't. You can't. In most instances, you cannot. Right, and it doesn't mean that don't make accommodations or don't kind of adjust what you think are priorities. But if there's some really glaring things, right? You shouldn't be, if that person ain't loyal, if that person is not on the same page as you when it comes to what a relationship should look like, right? Or if you're at XYZ and they're not stable, you shouldn't be trying to help them up, right? a man should, for certain in most aspects, come to the table, right? The dreaded table, with a fair amount of being ready, and then if there's stuff that he still needs to grow to, 100%. But yeah, and again, I think we do it too, right? So we'll see a girl or a woman who is, aesthetically she may be very, very attractive, but sometimes, we know that there's some other aspects of her that's, not going to benefit, right? She may be maybe not serious, right? And then we still go for that person because physically she's more attractive to us, right, than some of the other options that may be in our immediate vicinity. So yeah, I think it's an opportunity for both sides.
Definitely, absolutely agree with that, Sean. And I think also, like she said, obviously men do this as well, and they end up. I think Mr. I can't remember his name. He said it. He said a good point as well about it. On his side, Mr. Don't Play That. He said an interesting point. He said, that these men who end up having money, they see a bird and try to humanize her and then become red pill zombies, and it's actually true. A lot of times they get spun by the girl that they ignore all the red flags for, and try to make her into something that she's not, and then they end up getting spun for it. You know what I mean? So you're right. It's on both sides. People try to see what they want to see. You know what I mean? And I think once people can take accountability for the fact that you saw what you wanted to see and then you ignore the red flags, then, you know what I mean? Like you're going to see improvements in the way that you date, and that's the reality of life. So both men and women do, they're different types of dating potential, and trying to see. I don't want to be rude about it, but some of us is taking someone off the streets and trying to make them into a housewife. But yeah, you know what I mean. So hello, Mr. Life Worth. Good to see you on here. Oh, you got the salt and pepper beard too. How you doing, sir? How you doing? You can open your mic, sir. It's good to meet you.
Yo, man, what's going on? What's going on to the panel, everyone?
What's good, Captain? You right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I just jump in because I don't know how things go over here. So I don't like to just intrude like that.
You're good.
But I've been listening in the background, multiple things, because I heard a lot of people say a lot of things here. When we're talking about men choosing women, I think when we look at it from this aspect of sex, men only need one thing to qualify a lady, right? Only need one. Only need one. We need to find one thing inside that girl to qualify her. And women only need one thing to disqualify a man. And I just had this conversation because when we look at the whole aspects of like a man finds that one thing, let's say that it's a fairly unattractive lady, but let's say that he liked big boobs and she had big boobs. And so he jumped on it because she had big boobs, but he didn't find nothing else about her attractive. And he found out that she was actually good at what she done. And he goes back 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. And then he finds out that she has a nice personality. Well, now he might be willing to actually get inside of a conversation, a relationship with this lady because she might be a 3, 4, or 5 because she has big boobs and she has a nice personality. I see men do this all the time. And that's when all those character traits of bad things begin to fall out. And then he already stuck inside the relationship. And for some odd reason, most men are scared to leave relationships. Once they got a woman, I think there's a scarcity of sex that goes on with men because when they have one, they want to keep it, especially with men that don't get it on a regular basis. So I think I think when you all having this conversation, that's the biggest thing that you got to think about. If a man doesn't have the numbers, scarcity is there, kind of knows that he's not attractive, because let's be honest, men know when we're not attractive. Women don't typically know that. But because men have to approach women, and when they get turned down enough, they kind of figure out where they are inside the totem pole. And so when he gets a hold of something there that's giving him what he wants and needs, that's why you see men inside these situations where they're in these relationships and you see them with these low-hanging fruit. For women, it's quite the different when women actually go with men that you all say that could be the deadbeat, right? Because once again, I tell ladies this all the time. If a man comes to you and he's chivalrous and he's a Casanova, guess what? He's practiced that 1,000 times before. So he's a master at getting women. And then all of a sudden, because he just got her, and now she figured like, oh, he a dog. Well, guess what? He already been a dog. You just missed all the clues that let you in to know that this guy could be a dog. And you turn down the good men because the good men don't actually have those character traits. He doesn't have that walk. He doesn't have that swag. He doesn't dress like me. Just put it like it is. I'm gonna just be honest, because I had my share. And I played with a lot of women, and they didn't get it. And they had other men that was inside their life that they could have been inside great relationships with, but they would rather have me with them. And it was just for a night. I wasn't dishing out any relationships. I made it to 39 years old without getting married or having kids. So I kind of know the game. And I try to lay it out for both to people to understand. Just like, hey, listen here, women. If a man knows if a man can sweet talk you out your drawers, he's done it multiple times before. So just don't think that he's sweet. Nah, this has been practiced and perfected. Because we know how to do it. That's it for me, man.
Can I just say one thing? There's good men that look great.
Yeah, but I think we want to rush off into the ends of these things. Yeah, but when we look at it from the majority of men, if a man carries himself well if a man carry himself well and know how to actually interact with women, that means that he had a lot of practice at it. And so you would be safe to assume that he's know what he's doing up front. And it's a good chance. Now, I'm not saying that he can't be a good man. He could be a good man down the line, because I turned out to be a great man for my wife. But if my wife would have met me at age 25, I was a dog ass hoe. Oh man, I apologize. I don't know if I could know if I curse here. All right. And that's what and that's the point that I'm trying to get to here. Yeah, he could be that type of guy. But if he's already polished and he's shooting and he's talking very well to you, your red flag should already be up. A lot of women don't get that.
Well, you can be a good man and express yourself well. And actually, is it even really a beauty thing?
What do you mean by express?
A lot of women date men that are ugly. And as long as they have money and they're well dressed, even if they're not good looking, women date them. Like, I've seen plenty ugly men getting plenty women.
Yeah, but they are giving out something that she wants, probably money. Is that a real relationship? So, and that's the thing. What is this conversation about? Because I want to make sure that I'm going down the right road, because it sounds like we're talking about two different things.
Well, I said that because I'm just trying to respond to a lot of things that you've said, because it seems like you're thinking that a good man that's square basically doesn't have the experience, but a man could have had experience, but when he approached you, he might be genuine. Like, you cannot make a decision based on how a man approach you. You need time.
Yeah, you work your way into it. But if he can talk you out your drawers that same night, I guess you better take a precaution at that point in time, right?
Well, that comes with the consequences. Those are the consequences, right? Because if you're going to go and gamble with that, you may end up with a good or a bad man.
And so, because men play the long game, and I don't think women understand that. Men play the long game. And just say, let's put a spectrum.
I disagree. I don't think men play the long game.
Oh, wait a minute. You don't know what men play the long game for. Men play the long game for some coochie. Yes, they will. And
I don't think so. I disagree. I disagree.
It all depends on if that man wants you or not. See, that's the thing. He would play the long game for a woman that he wants in the bedroom. So that boils down. So that boils down to his attractivity. I mean, if he's attracted to that particular woman. If he's attracted to that particular woman, men play the background. We call ourselves friends. Friends to like, yeah, that's my friend. A man would know that a girl has a boyfriend, and he'll stick around and play the background and say that, yeah, that's my friend, that's my work buddy, and all the other stuff. He's playing. That is playing the long game. Men and women claim that they have guy friends. But I guarantee you, if you approach that guy friend and say, hey, let me give you some, knowing that you got a man, he's going to jump your ball. He's going to jump your gun right then and there. Why? Because he's been plotting for a very long time. He's not going to turn it down.
That's another discussion, though.
No, that's playing the long game. See, you're totally missing it.
Well, I don't think it is. Well, here's the thing. If a man wants to play the long game because he wants to get only in my drawer, I think that at some point, if I may be a lot of women with time may be able to figure that out. I think that time helps a lot when it comes to dating for women to see. Then, I mean, there's some devils out there, right? That's not the woman's fault at that point.
I'm not saying he's a devil. It just is
Well,
what
to
it
me,
is.
that's a devil.
I don't want to
game.
misconstrue people for being a devil because he's playing the long game. He could be a nice guy. Who knows? But I'm just simply saying he's playing his way into it. Sometimes you gotta wait.
Well, if it's just to get that one thing, to me that's devil play. If it's play the long game to be in a relationship, that's something else.
Every man wants sex up front. No man is going to approach you unless he wants sex. That's kind of like that is the bottom line. If a man did not want sex, he would not approach you. And I'm talking about approach you to actually get engaged, to get involved with you. I'm not talking about just work functions. I'm not talking about work functions and all this other type of stuff. I'm talking about, let's be honest, if we are interacting and I approach you and I'm like, hey, I want your number, I'm not just getting your number because I think you have a nice personality. I get your number because I think you have a nice personality, and you might be willing to give me some. So I'm going to take my chances at it.
All men don't get with women just for sex. Of course, there might be an attraction, but it may not just be just that. Some men get with people with women because they actually might be serious. But maybe you're talking about the type of men.
I'm talking about the majority of men. And definitely when I mean majority, I mean like 90-10.
So you think that men approach women only for sex?
No, I didn't say that. I said that that's when a man approaches a woman, he wants sex. I think you all don't get that. When a man approach you, when I approached my wife, she was fine. She had a small waist, about a size 4, and her booty was so big she wore about a size 12, 13. I noticed that up front, and I saw that she had a cute face. So, and I can, and this was inside the club, so I couldn't hear her, but I knew that she was an attractive lady, and I know like I need to figure out what's going on with her, because if I didn't see her inside that dress, that sundress that cut down right between the booty, and the men know what I'm talking about, right? When that sundress go down the slit, yeah, I saw it. I'm like, oh, yeah, let me walk her back to her car. My initial take on her was that she was a very attractive girl, right? And she gave me some time of day. But the first one was she was a very attractive girl.
Okay, so I hear you. So I think you're saying about attraction, right? Mm-hmm. Obviously, that's what draws a man. And I agree with that. Mm-hmm. I think the word sex was being interchanged. So I think that's why there was a little bit of confusion in the conversation.
Well, what does attraction leads to? What does attraction leads to? That's not your end goal. Your end goal is that you're finding a companion. I'm not saying sex is not involved, but I'm saying your end goal is you find a companion, because there's two types of approaches that you're discussing. You're talking about an approach where you want sex out of that person, or you're approaching someone determining that you know what you're attracted and potentially you're trying to get to know that person some more. Do you know what I mean? So I think there's a aspect where just to clear it up so that it makes it one of my approaches is to have sex. Do you know what I mean? Like that would be that then for me anyway. And let me say that. So let me ask you this then. So let me ask you this. You approach a lady and let's say it's late night and she give you the go ahead. And your initial approach wasn't for sex. Are you going to turn it down?
So, okay. So, like, if she initially says yes, I can have sex. Yeah. Now, I got two answers. Here's my two answers. I got two answers. Let me tell you why I got two answers. Yeah. The Christ in me says I shouldn't be doing this.
All right. So that makes sense.
Jesus in me says I shouldn't be doing this. But the reality is there something that's going to respond? Is there something that's going to respond? Absolutely. If there's something if the other part of me is going to respond, you know what I'm saying? So, but my approach isn't now. But that's why I specifically highlighted on the approach. My approach then isn't to have sex though. So if I'm trying to get to know you and I'm trying to get to understand you, do you know what I mean? Then my initial approach is not about sex. It's about companionship. I'm trying to find out more about you, especially if I like your energy. Because sometimes you meet people and they're attracted to you, but you're like, actually, I just want to get to know your mind a bit more. I want to understand who you are and et cetera, et cetera. That, like I said, if the person then puts it on the table right? Then of course you might. Of course, I'm not. If I'm attracted to a person, of course I'm going to be drawn to that. Do you know what I mean? Like I said, the Christ in me says no, but the other part of me says, "Bruh," is you know what I mean? So that's what I'm trying to say. So I'm not saying that you're not going to be attracted to the person. I'm not saying that you're not gonna be moved by the person. What I'm saying is your approach isn't to have sex though. Like if that's not always your approach, that's what I'm trying to make very clear.
I'm with you to a certain degree because I used to be a super Christian at one point in my life. But every time I met a woman, it was about, yeah, I'm a super Christian now. So that means that we can't have sex up front, but we need to start thinking about marriage so that we can have sex. I don't know if that's just me.
I am cringing right now.
So last part again.
Who, me or her?
Yourself, yeah. So you were saying the last part.
What I was saying is when I was a very super Christian and I met a lady, it was about let's see, can we work this out? Because at the end of the day, I kind of wanted some sex because I come from that life. And I'm just like, yeah, let's see, can we work up? Let's see, can we get married or something? So that, or let's see, can this be a compatible thing to see, can I get some? Now, I had plenty of Christian girls that threw it on me before I got to them, to where I turned it down. So I get the religious aspect of it, to where you have self-control. But at the end of the day, even in most men inside their primal nature, if you go in the inside, if you go to the inner being of yourself, it's a natural raw attraction, and it's a natural thing for you to want to desire a woman if you are a heterosexual male.
Yeah. But yeah, so I agree. So there is a natural, that's what I said about the word attraction, and the sexual attraction and being someone physically attracted are two different things. I can be physically attracted, but I may not be sexually attracted. I can be sexually attracted and not be fully physically attracted too. But if I merge, you never met a person and you thought to yourself, you're not necessarily physically attracted to them, but they carry a certain sexual energy and you like it. So you can have that aspect. Do you know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying to you is that when you originally approach, well, at least I know from my particular end, my original approach, if I'm serious about, and this is where I think for a lot of us as guys, the mindset shift happens, right? Because when you get to a place where you're actually saying, actually, I want to be in a relationship, your energy shifts, because your energy is not trying to say, I just want to come here for sex. And your energy shifting and your mindset shifting actually shifts the way you even operate with that particular person. Do you know what I'm saying? If I'm on sex, the slit talking comes out, the bars, the quips, the little word plays, you know, the innuendos and those little jokes, the little touches and the little trying to maneuver in particular ways all come out because I'm trying to get a particular end product. But if I'm trying to get to know you and I'm a person who's now being intentional, and this is where the intentionality of me being, and this is where quote unquote trying to be a good man, or trying to be a man that's intentional about being in a relationship, how I then begin to approach situations is different. I don't approach it with slick game anymore because I'm not trying to game you. Do you understand? That doesn't mean I can't use certain aspects of that game, but I'm saying I'm not trying to game you in that particular aspect. I'm trying to now get to know you. Therefore, I have to use different resources and different tools to excavate and extract certain information to make a quality decision. And if I'm honest with you, continually using sex in that period of time where you're trying to really be intentional to get to know the person can confuse a lot of things. That's why I believe. Do you know what I mean? But let me let the other guys jump in. I've said quite a bit, and then I'll let ladies come in as well. Sean.
So I guess what's the question? Like, is it that we won't approach a woman unless we want to have sex with her? Like that's a primary. I mean, I think I lean more towards like, yeah, there needs to be sexual attraction, but I don't know if that's like right there up front, and it's always the case, right? Does sometimes, depending what you're on, have there been times when I'm on just a soul mission, in my past when I was younger? Yeah, definitely. But I think attraction is important, right? So I'm not going to approach somebody I'm not attracted to. I'm not going to look at a woman who isn't attracted to me and walk up to her and have a conversation, because there's just, the energy isn't there. But I think for it to get to, for me to get to a sexual point, it needs to now develop more. Like, what's your, what do you talk like? What do you think like? Because I don't know, for me, I'm just kind of particular. And you could say something that's a massive turnoff, and then it's not. I'm not gonna want to have sex with you. I could be attracted to you, and I'm just not gonna take myself down a toxic lane, because I know it's not gonna get me somewhere if your mindset is very different than one that I'm normally attracted to. So.
Yeah, so I think that that it's a natural part of not a part of attraction, but it's a natural part of you being attracted to the person that you're going for. Like, that sex is going to be a part of it. When you go and approach a woman, if she picks up what you're putting down, or you guys get into a relationship, eventually sex will happen. That's an understood thing. So I don't think we're at a point now where, at least speaking for me, I'm not at an age now where I'm thinking sex when I look at a woman. I look at it for just the attraction purpose only, initially, and then I get to know her better, as far as who she is as a person. But then, eventually sex will enter into the conversation, but it's not my initial thought when approaching a woman.
Go for it, Mr. Life. You can respond.
Oh no! I thought you were going to the panel. I want to hear the ladies talk, so because they're here. But I can't respond to that. Like my guy Sean, he said that sexual attraction got to be there. So to me, I think we want to get nuanced, but how can we leave out the leader of that? The leading operative word is sex. It's sexual attraction. I don't know how that doesn't imply sex, and I. Because I'm not going to say this is a difficult conversation, because I get where you brothers are at, because I was there when I was a super Christian, but I do understand, even inside me being a devout Christian, I still had a male natural urge. And even when I met my wife, there was a male natural urge there. Now, after we got to start talking and moving along, and we got to a place, I'm like, I need to make this woman my wife, because this is the one for me, and let's go through life together. I get that was the fullness of everything. But if we're talking about the tip of the spear when we're first meeting somebody, how can we say that there isn't a natural desire to look at that person and say, this is a gorgeous, beautiful, very well put together woman, and I just want to do some strange things to her? We most of us have went to Instagram and just went to that little thing, hit there, and there's naked women there, and you mess around and just pull it up right then and there, because it's an attractive woman. That doesn't mean that you're a bad guy. That doesn't mean that you have a natural instinct. I don't see what's wrong here. God made women for. Adam looked at Eve and said, what God made is good. I don't think he was talking about her mind at that point in time. I'm just simply saying. It is what it is. I don't see nothing wrong with that. But as you move on inside the relationship, then your intentions change. Like the very first thing that I said, a guy only needs one thing to qualify a woman. Only need one thing, and whatever he likes is that one thing. And then I said he might go back once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and then find himself wanting to be inside a relationship with her because she brought on more qualities to him. I think I led with that. Done.
So just I think because I'm a stickler for words in it, so these guys know in it. So what you're describing, I understand what you're saying, right? So you meet someone, and that's why I made a distinction between physical and sexual attraction, because being led by sex is completely different than being sexually attracted to somebody. You're talking about being led by sex. It's completely different. Do you understand? That's why I'm making a distinction. So I can be physically attracted.
Make it plain for me, because I barely graduated high school. So just make it plain for me.
That's no worries, bro. That's all right. You're good, bro. You're good, bro. It's respect. So like I may see someone and be physically attracted to them, right? So you may see a woman who's beautiful in the face. You may see a figure that's beautiful, and you say, "Wow, this person's really beautiful, really attractive," right? Now, of course, there also are especially I think specifically for men as well. You know, I'm gonna see and okay, he's got a little behind as well. You know, I might feel this is there sexual attraction, but sexual attraction doesn't stay at just you looking at them physically. It also is the chemistry that you tend to have as well that creates the sexual tension between the two people, right? So, I may interact with that person like, oh, your mind does think, okay, your mind thinks, oh, I wonder what it'd be like. I'm not denying that. And that happens within the first few seconds, yeah? The key part here, though, is what happens after. Because if I'm led by sex, that's where I'm differentiating what you said to being in terms of your intentionality. If I'm now being led by my balls at this point, it's a different approach how I lead things to how when I'm trying to be intentional about getting to know this person. Do you know what I'm saying? So the reason I'm making that distinction is because when you're led by sex, like I said, the slick game comes out. You're trying to almost put the piece into a particular position so you can knock it down. But when you're trying to be intentional about trying to understand this person, the piece isn't trying to be knocked down. You're trying to actually understand where this person comes from, who they are, what they bring. You know what I'm saying? Like you're trying to see, do we mesh? Are we compatible? Do our life goals and ambitions and everything are we kind of matching in those areas? That is a discovery of the person. So when you talk about Adam and Eve, the discovery of those people, when they talk about being naked, it's not necessarily about sex. It's about the discovery of the person and understanding the vulnerability of that person and actually understanding their mind and who they actually are. So when we talk about being naked, we talk about emotional, we talk about being mental, we talk about being spiritual, we talk about physical, we talk about obviously sexual, we talk about all those aspects of intimacy and understanding that person. So when I'm being intentional in my approach and I'm not being led by sex, the way I try to discover the person is completely different. When I'm led by sex, what happens is I try to discover you intimately in sex. Now, you can do it that way if you're required to do that way, but I'm saying that if you're intentional about trying to get to know the person, then sex isn't your end goal, and sex also isn't leading you. What's leading you is an intrigue and mystery of trying to say, who is this person? Because something about you is like, I wanna really see if we can mash it, because there's something about you that's really drawing me in, and that's what it is. If you want to talk about Adam and Eve, Adam wasn't saying no to the animals because the animals didn't give him sex. That's not why he said no to the animals. It's because of the companionship. So we are all trying to find companionship. Because I can tell you this now, Mr. Live, you said you've had sex with a plethora of women, and yet something didn't click. Something didn't click. So you're looking for more than just sex. Sex can't be what's leading you, because sex doesn't satisfy. There are other areas of intimacy that me and you both as men, we need from women. It's more, and if we stay in a place, I'm not saying you personally, I'm saying if we stay in a place as men where our only gratification is sex, you can't be in a long-term relationship because it's monotonous after a while.
Okay. All right.
You know what I mean?
All right, yeah. So I'm glad you explained that, because I think where the rubber meets the road is that we got off track when I said the word sex, because I was talking about the initial raw reaction. I mean, the initial reaction of you seeing a woman. And I'm just like, that sexual attraction that you have at that point in time. You extrapolated the whole conversation out to where it's a lot more nuanced, and it's the endless waltz, that's what I call it, of going back and forth with a woman until you figure out, can you make this work? I think I meant, and I go back to what I first said, when a guy needs one thing to qualify a woman, I think I said that before, and just to get that waltz started, it's a dance that we go back and forth on, and yeah, you might, and yeah, if she made the offer to you, you might jump down her bones, then you might not want to be with her long run because she made it too easy at night. That's fair enough. That's the waltz. My wife did the same thing with me. I shot the shot first because I always shoot first. I'm in sales, so I always know ABC always be closing. So she turned it down, and that's when the waltz began. She didn't even give me her phone number the same night we met. She gave me her email. And she didn't respond to an email to me until like 3 months later. That was the dance. And then when she finally responded, we began to talk and conversate. Sex didn't come to about another 2 months later, but I was already intrigued. But that's the endless waltz. It was plenty of other women that was out there that, hey, that probably happened in 2 days. It probably happened in like 3 days. It could have happened like 2 weeks ago. But what I was getting to is, if I didn't have that initial spark to see her or that attraction to her, we would have never got to this point.
Fair. That's fair. Yeah. So what, when you were intrigued by your wife, was it the sex that was leading you, or was it the intrigue to get to know her that was leading you?
Oh man, I told you she had she had a size 4 waist, booty so big that she wore like a size 12. I saw. I told you that she had on a sundress, and she looked very nice.
No, I get that, but what,
I told you that I shot my shot.
What kept you chasing?
What kept me chasing? Because, like I said, I always shoot my shot up front, and there was a lot more that happened from the time that we left the club. But at the initial, I shot my shot up front. I went for the kill. She said no, but we still got engaged inside a good, friendly conversation, and she was a down to earth girl. So I was like, okay, cool. You won't give me your number? Here's my, and she gave me her email, and we just. And that's the way it went. I sent my last email like 2 months after that and saying, this is the final one. And I was giving up after that. And she finally responded. That just kind of how it went. But I shot my shot. That's what I'm simply saying. When we first met, I shot my shot. But like I said, if I'm attracted to a woman, I'm going to shoot my shot. Yeah. Well, back then I would, because I'm faithful now. So
I respect that. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. Thank you, bro. We need more men like that as well, being faithful.
10 years. 10 years.
Shout out. We will definitely have to bring you on Sunday panels, because I can definitely tell you got some experience that we could use. But no, I want to ask questions. So obviously, when you first obviously started talking, like you said, you were trying to shoot to kill. That was your initial thing, because you saw the booty, the body, But what kept you there was the fact that she resisted your shoot to kill. Yeah,
and she was a cool chick. A down to earth lady that's attractive is always a high quality, right? But
was her being down to earth really important though? Because she had a booty and she had a booty and waist.
Yeah, that was important for us to continue to move on.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's make it clear. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, so that it was just something that she was a very nice looking young lady, and she laughed at my jokes, which is always a good thing. I think I'm a funny guy, and she laughed at my joke, but she turned down all my advances. I asked her to take me out to dinner the same night, and she said no, because I always try that as well. That was one of my things. I was like, I'm gonna get some buy-in from her before I give any buy-in to her myself. So I tried to, and yeah, ladies, I'm not saying that I'm cocky, but I'm 6'5" and brown eyes. So I kind of had my way with women. So yeah, so it was just a natural thing for me, just like make sure I got some buy-in from the woman, and I tried that, and we just had a great conversation that night, and I was just like, okay, cool, let's see, can we continue? I can't get mad if she didn't, because I shot my shot. It was what it was.
So what actually? This is what I'm trying to figure out. So if I'm correct, the sexiness of the beauty of your wife drew you in. But what kept you there was, one, she resisted your advances, and two, y'all were having some good conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Would you say that at the point in time when you met her, you were actually ready to be in a relationship?
All right, I share. I share the full story because I shared it on our show too as well. I was leaving a relationship, and she was in a relationship, leaving that relationship. That's partly why she shot down all my advances. So I was ready to be single again. Yeah, so that's kind of what it was. So she shot down all my advances that night, and that's why she only gave me her email, because she didn't want me to have her phone number. at that point in time. So that could tell you, and I say this to everybody else, when you get over like 27 to 30 years old, and if you're not, most relationships start messy. Once you get past 30 years old, you kind of like go along through life and like fall in and out of like randomness. So it started messy, like, but then we ended great. That's truth.
Mm. I mean, the reason why I was asking is because I mean I was intrigued, by the setup and something that's really interesting as well. What you're saying, right? Because I think people like yourself who are an irresistible force, let me call it that, right? Where you go for something, you get what you want. I have some boys who are similar to yourself, right? Who are, I call them irresistible forces, right? They're completely different. When they approach, they hit, they get. And whenever they end up in relationships, it's often with a girl that said no to them.
Yeah, that will happen. Like most of them. Yeah, but I'm not going to lie and say that I was an irresistible force. I tell any man, it's about the numbers. I'm a numbers guy. I say 3 out of 10. I like, hey, 3 out of 10. You only need 3 out of 10. You approach 10 women, you might get 3 phone numbers. It's like playing baseball, right? Because if you play baseball and you just get on base, they pay you $5 million a year. So I tell any guy that it's 3 out of 10. If you get a phone number, hey, you made it to first base. That's you good to go. Just keep approaching until you find the one for you. It is, and you actually have to make it to home plate with all women. I definitely did not do that. I would never tell that lie. I had my share, but I can guarantee you, out of all the women that I approached, it was nowhere near the number that actually came home with me. And I approached a lot.
That's why I said irresistible force, because you approached a lot. A lot of men wouldn't approach a lot.
No. I tell all men, you need to approach. You need to practice. Not, and I say this, not to actually have sex, but to know how to actually have a conversation with a woman. Yeah, you got to know how to treat them like human. You can't just go around a beautiful lady and just clam up. You got to have that suave, and the only way you get that suave is just by having conversations, and natural conversations to where you don't actually try to get anything out of her. Yeah. So because I'm in sales now, I still do that. I just walk up and have a conversation. Partly reason is the main thing. My first thing is, man, I'm a big guy and I stutter, so I got to constantly be talking to people to make sure that I go inside the shell. Make sure that I don't go in that shell. So I'm always talking to people just to make sure that I stay open and out. So I do that so I do it that way just to make sure that I'm always engaging people. Yeah. Always engaging people. And I think a lot of men miss, if you actually engage with no intentions, you'll get somewhere.
Just to clarify, when you say no intentions, when you approached your wife, was there no intentions? Because you said booty, small waist.
There was some intentions there.
Yeah?
No, what I mean is like just like my day-to-day process, just like I might just go talk to a girl with no intentions. But it's going to be it's going to be somebody pretty. It could be somebody ugly. I just talk to people. I'm just always talking to people with no intentions at all. Yeah, just having random fun conversations.
I respect that. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for sharing that. Sorry, David, I cut you off, and then I'll let the ladies jump in now because they will have. I'm sure they have opinions as well.
Nah, bro, just carry on. I'm enjoying
You sure?
this
Yo, it's good when we get some men on this panel and they have different thoughts, man. It's interesting. So yeah,
It's interesting. Shout out to you, bro. Carry on. We already left the initial conversation, so I don't even know where to come in again. So just carry on.
All right, I appreciate it. Thanks. All right. Sorry, Doctor, you said you wanted to add something. Go for it.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Life Worth Living. I really appreciate you sharing your truth because your truth is not going to be well received when amongst people who are talking about marriage and things of that nature. It can feel abrasive, but it's a truth. And I'm very grateful that you came up here and just shared. And you are certainly entertaining, honey. You had me over here rolling. I was like, oh my God. And the reason why you had me rolling is because 90% of the men, young or older, that I grew up with were exactly like you.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know.
It was a bad thing for me. It was a bad thing for me, right? I'm not, and you're not I don't dislike you. I find you very entertaining. And I find you do have a magnetic spirit. I understand why people had a magnetism towards you at, just the conversational thing. Now, it's not so much about who gonna get whatever, but you're a good conversationalist, so I get that. And but the majority, when it comes to as being a woman, and at one time a young woman, I'm not a young woman anymore. I am a seasoned woman now. Men like you who were, or young men like you who were being trained by men like you when you were wild. And I'm not speaking on the men that you are now, because it sounds like you've grown and you've announced your evolution. But you also admitted that you was wild. You was out here in these streets, honey. You was out here because you was talking on some Iceberg Slim. Okay, you was.
Now, that's a whole different game.
That's a whole different thing. But you was at the tip. Game. You was at the tip. But you know what I'm talking about, though.
No, I was nowhere near that tip of that game.
But you know what I'm talking about, though. You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, but that's some game right there. The guys that can pull that off are definitely gamers.
But what I'm saying is, you might not have been at Iceberg Slim pimp level, four stallions in the stable. You might not have been on that, but you was chasing and you was recruiting and you was getting numbers. You was on your Salesforce IG out here pulling.
Salesforce IG?
Man, you already know. Okay? You was pulling numbers like you was out here like Time Warner Cable, Comcast, all that. And that's the type of energy that I had to battle as a young woman, as even a child. Where I live, it's one of the highest teen pregnancy rates per capita in the state. Where I live, the human trafficking is astronomical because of the location.
That's unfortunate.
It's very unfortunate because there were and I'm not putting this on your person, because I'm just saying the essence of the energy of being in that chase the Nyash, as Kojo would say, mindset, the objectification, the focus, even if they think they're gonna, it's so heavy, and it's hard when people say things to me or women like me who've been through things, and they say, well, you should have picked better. I promise you, I did not see it. I didn't even know how to look for it. I was raised around wildness, if not worse. And some of them I was related to, but they may have been the only ones to either try to show me the game to help me, because that was their level of protection, or they weren't disrespecting me because we were related. But when it comes to, I know plenty of dudes that play the long game. Plenty of them. I know some good dudes too. I'm not sitting out here saying that I ain't just never met a good, decent guy who wasn't just complete, a horror movie. But a lot of the energy that you described in your younger years, that was the norm. That was considered the okay. And as I grew up, by the time I hit 30-ish, between 30 35, I was like, no, that's not okay. That's not okay. This is not okay. Oh, this is crazy. This is insanity. What kind of fresh hell is this? And now that I'm 40, child, I'm in the house. I'm in the house. I ain't going nowhere. I'm in the house. I just want to breathe my own air. I don't want no problems. I don't want no smoke, sir. I just want to cook my own food. I want to sit in my own house. I don't want nothing. And I might be like that for the rest of this year because I'm still recuperating and recovering. because of all that I had to go through. And I believe you understand what I'm talking about because of it's a very underdeveloped, emotionally underdeveloped energy, but it's the sexual desire is just it's almost like a dog, like a dog that wants to just eat, just do, it's kind of like, it was kind of like that. And that's the energy I literally grew up in. And and you don't know that you're in that crazy until you reach something outside of that and you start to see, okay, this was dysfunction. You don't know it. You just live on the plantation and you survive. But I greatly appreciate your commentary. Thank you so much.
So I got one question. Are you from Florida?
No, sir.
Okay.
But right. Florida is the junior to Australia. They crazy over there, but bless they soul. I live in the other strangest place on earth, and I will not say that on camera just yet. Okay. But I'll tell you later. But it's crazy, child. We crazy.
I was just wondering.
Yeah, Keisha, you wanna go? Or?
Yeah, I have some questions for Mr. Life Worth Living.
I don't got myself in trouble here.
No, I wouldn't say you're in trouble. I feel like you were honest. You know what I mean? And we can't fault you for being honest. But I have some questions for you based upon some of the things that you said earlier. You were saying one of the things that you said was men can be long-winded and to get the draws pretty much. But my question to you is, there is women out there, and this is because when I ask questions, it's for understanding, nothing else. So there is women out there that want that too. So it's like, why approach a woman that more so like how you described your wife, who was possibly looking for something more serious or on the long-term level, as to why she made you wait a couple of months before she responded back to your email. But if your initial thing was, I'm trying to take her home tonight, why don't men that are on that type of time just go after women who are with what you're with, if you get my drift?
What you mean, that women that do the same thing?
Yeah, that do the same thing, that want what you want. They don't want anything committed. They don't want anything long-term. They're like, okay, you want to take me home? I want to take you home too. And that's that. But
all right.
Yeah, so I don't really understand going after the woman more so that wants something more serious, if you still have the dog in you and you just kind of want to play for the season that you want to play for. I just feel like there's plenty of women out there that's on the same type of time. Somebody said it's too easy. Somebody in the chat said it's too easy. I like that. That doesn't make sense to me, because it's like, if you want to play, go after the person that wants to play too, like not the person that wants a husband or wants something serious. I never got that. So if you can kind of like break that down, I would gladly appreciate it.
All right. So let's use the majority rule. So some men think that it's too easy. Me personally, I didn't play that game. I was a dog, and I didn't mind messing with dog women at the same time. That's kind of where I cut my teeth with women that was more savage than me. Matter of fact, it was a woman that taught me the game. And she was vicious with it. She had 3 men, and I named them. She had one was finance, one was money, and then she had me, which was D. The other 2 men were older, finance, like you said, he financed everything, bought a car, financed the car, everything. The other guy was money. He brought cash, and he brought stacks. And then there was me. I literally stayed with her. I stayed in her house, and I had to leave when money or finance came over. But she taught me the game, and she taught me how to go out there and get women. And matter of fact, another strange story, she actually hooked me up with Money's daughter, which was a strange thing. She actually put me in the game with her. So that's one thing. Men, oh man. Men do chase those type of women, but how do you know if she's that type of woman until you ask the question? A lot of men, and the majority of men, I do mean the majority of men, do not have did not have the lifestyle that I did as a man. So they don't know that. So when they approach, their goal is sex, but they don't know any other way but to lie, cheat, mislead you in order to actually get that sex, because they don't know that you can just be straight up and honest and say, this is what I want, and you will win your share just by asking, this is what I want. Most men don't know that. Like I said, most men live in a state of scarcity. They don't think that it's out there. And when you look at the pretty women and they've been turned around and they've been turned down enough, they are scared to move. They was taught by women, men are trained from a young age growing up that your value lies in who you are as a man. So, especially with black people and black women and black men, black women kind of let us know at an early age where we stand. That's how it goes. I'm not sure. A lot of y'all are not from the States, but inside the States, black women let us know where we stand at a very, very young age. So that leads to a point to where men might be scared to approach and just be scared to actually lay down the truth because he doesn't know how you're going to react to him. I'm not saying that that's right. I'm just giving you what is going on. I think that's wrong. I think that's deadly wrong. I also think that church pimps are wrong because I hate church pimps. When I joined the church, I left the church because the church pimps, because I thought they play a dirty game. They came in the name of God, which I thought was a vicious, filthy thing to do. Play the game raw, go out there, make it happen, and she down with it, keep it moving. I don't believe in being a predator. I never did mess with young women. Most of my women were older. I like women with money. Did that answer your question, or did I leave something out?
No,
Flip it on, Mr. Life Worth Living. we need to join you.
No, I think you pretty much said what needed to be said. I just wanted to get an understanding because I'm just like, there's women out there that's on the same page. But I'm glad that you talked about the church, because this is something that I have spoke about myself. Like, there's a lot of men that's in a church setting that will go up to women like, God told me that I'm your husband, and they really just want sex out of that woman. And it's just like, yo, if you want sex, you don't got to go into church to get sex. You can get that out in the streets. Like, you don't, because a lot of the women in church want husbands. They want long-term relationships or something serious. So it's like, if you want to be a dog, you don't need to do that in a church setting. You can do that in the streets. There's plenty of women that's on that same page. So I just wanted to get that understanding just based upon some of the things that you said earlier.
And you know what I was gonna say, bro, yo, Mr. Life be exposing the game. Mr. Life be exposing the game. Go for it, Cap. You want to say something?
Let the truth come out, please. We need it.
What else you need to know about men? Because it is what it is. And I know my friend off to the top, Miss Samuelson. I don't want to destroy your name, darling. You're going to have to come on up and tell me how to say that. You have a nice smile.
Thank you. It's Sammy Sam. Or you can just say Sammy.
Sammy. Yeah. So it's you got that look like you need to say something to me right now.
So I feel the same way, Dr. 100%. I thought you were very charismatic and amusing. But I 100% disagree with almost everything that you said, in the context that we've been speaking about, men wanting to get into relationships and eventually getting married. And I think you came into the discussion with a different mindset. And I think initially I was thinking like, oh my God, what's going on here? This is not, what I'm used to. But now that I understand your mindset a little bit more, let's just say that I disagree with a lot of stuff that you've said, but not because what you said is not true, but because we live in a parallel world, right? So the way I was raised and trained to be, I can sniff men like you, and I've been taught to run away from them really far, very
far. Yeah.
Yes, yes. I've been taught to detect this type of young men very early on in my life. And the way you were speaking initially did not give me the idea of a man that was necessarily looking for a serious relationship. But as you said yourself, you look at, the big bum with the small waist. This is what attracts you. This is what you go for. You know, people that are willing to wait years in order to get to what they want, which is really not to get a connection with somebody or even get into a serious relationship. You were mostly talking about, sex, really. And as I said, you're living in a different total world that I'm living in. If I were to come across somebody like you, I would run away really fast. But what you said was funny because I believe that you're speaking a truth in the lifestyle that you live over there. So for me, it's very funny. But I recognize that this is also going on, and it is what it is, but it's also very sad.
You would be happy to have a man like me.
No, sir.
I am a great guy.
At home with a man quite different from you.
See, and I think you misinterpreting my past with who I am. Just like I said, young people are messy. I was a messy guy when I was young. I'm not going to lie. And a lot of people that I messed with, the women that I messed with were messier than I was. I messed with a lot of women that was inside relationships. A lot of them. I had my share of them. And women are messy. And so, and like I said, once you get past 30, people will begin to level out. And that's when men about 35 really begin to figure out life and where they want to go. So I'm going to say, if you want to be inside a relationship, men like me, and this could be very anecdotal, but from the guys that I know, from the guys that I hung with, I can tell you one thing about all of us did probably the same thing. All of us are probably the most faithful men that you run into because we've already done that. I know there ain't nothing out there for me. I get women hitting. I work in sales. I work in healthcare sales. So 99% of my day is around women. Matter of fact, I wear tight pants and a tight suit most of every day so that I look attractive to women when I'm out there. I get hit on all the time. But I turn them down to keep it moving because I know I know that's nothing for me out there. My wife is the greatest thing I have. I flex my ring everywhere I go. I have no problem with it. And that's why I say now I do have friends that didn't partake inside the lifestyle that I did, and they have issues inside their marriage because they didn't have the experience, and now they built themselves up to be something, and other women find them to be attractive, and they don't know how to handle it. So when all us go out together, guess who's the cop blocker? I look at him and say, bro, you got a wife and kids. Don't you destroy your family like that. Come on. I go start talking to the woman myself, and I pull on off, and I like, shoot, go on. Because I understand that they don't have that inside them to know how to, because I see how women move. I know how women move. I see how they subtly look at a man, come up to him, grab him on his shoulder, and just stroke down. I see how they turn to the side and just lean in on him. They don't know those moves of women. I know those moves of women. I see it all the time. So I have to intervene for my friends a lot of the time because I understand that I don't want them to lose their blessing.
So I have a question to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
As a married man, 10-year married, not the young man that has lived, how would you approach a woman if you were not married? How would you approach a woman with everything you've said? Now let's talk about you presently, right? How would you approach a woman that you seriously want to be with and you're single, of course? You were single.
So do I know? So do I already know this woman, or it's just me seeing her across the room?
So
those are two different approaches.
If you're a woman that's attractive, I'm not going to go back and say all the stuff you said about, how would you approach her?
All right, so I just met this lady. So I haven't met this lady yet. Easy. That's easy. All depends on where you at. If it's in the gym, you don't approach it all. So that's just a lost cause, right? You don't approach women inside the gym. That's a top 1% man's thing. I'm not in the top 1% anymore. I'm an old fat guy right now. So saying that, what you do is you always approach a woman. The first thing you want to do is have a joke, and normally make that joke about her. Crack a joke on her and see how she reacts to it. If she's starts laughing and gets engaged inside a conversation with you, you reel on in. If she's offended, you don't need to be there anyway because she's a stick in the mud. Easy. I'm going to tell you what I used to do. I'm going to go back to my old days. I'm going to tell you, right? So I used to walk into a group of girls. I used to love group of girls, mainly like the AKAs and all those girls that used to do all this step dancing, right? I walk into a group of girls about 8. Here's what's my game. I find the pretty girl. I crack a joke on her. Mainly, I'm going to tell you, man, at the club, everybody's feet are nasty. So I walk up to her like, girl, your feet are ashy as hell. What is going on right now? Crack the prettiest one inside the bunch because every other guy trying to hit on her. You crack a joke on the prettiest girl that you see. You find the ugliest girl that you see and you compliment her. And you go towards the ugly girl and start having a conversation while you still throwing cracks at the pretty girl. See, here's the game. Now, I got the pretty girl off balance and she looking at me talking to the ugliest girl because all pretty girls have at least one ugly girl inside the bunch that gets no attention. And so, and you diffuse the ugly girl because why am I diffusing why am I diffusing her? Because ugly girl is going to break up your game. They're going to always be the one to say, girl, let's go. So you diffuse the ugly girl by complimenting her. And then you fall in the middle. So you diffuse the pretty one, you diffuse the ugly one, and you fall in the middle. That worked virtually all the time. I could walk into a group of girls and crack one joke here, compliment here, find the one in the middle. It's time to roll.
So I like the beginning, but then you kind of lost me because you kind of wanted to go back.
Oh, I apologize.
You know, so the beginning started well, but then you kind of went
off the rails. Yeah. I gotta add, you had me for a second too when you talked about AKAs. I got a sweet spot. A couple of my greatest loves in my past were AKAs. So
AKAs,
I got a sweet spot for them. I didn't use your tactics, you know. I'm gonna leave those to you. But definitely, I got a sweet spot for AKAs for sure.
But yeah, so that's how I would approach a woman today. Always with, if a man has to be sensible, normal, and funny. Funny has to be a part of the game. Most men need to have some level of being funny. If you're broke, you got to be funny. If you're fat, you got to be funny. If you're short, you got to be funny and built. Guys only have one struggle. You can't be short, fat, and not funny and not have money. No, men only got 1 or 2 struggles. They all know I'm right. If you're short, you got to be built with some money. If you're a little bit overweight, you got to have money and be tall. At least 5'8", 5'9", and look good. You got to carry yourself well. You can't be a slouch. Your beard game got to be on point. That's it. Man, hey, that super chat came from me, man.
I appreciate it, Cap.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Cap. Question, obviously, you know, that's the game. That's the old you. You know, we talk about, you know, I'm gonna get you come onto my other channel, Dark Arts, because I definitely believe you can contribute towards that. So obviously now you are you? Would you say you're reformed now? Are you a reformed person now? Okay. So
wait a minute. What do you mean by reform?
As in, you ain't doing the pimpology anymore.
Some level I'm in sales. I'm in sales, so it's still there. So because I'm in sales, so.
I know, but I mean, I mean, in terms of relationing with women, you've retired from that game, right? So,
yeah, totally.
You know, what let me ask a question. What made you retire from that particular aspect though? Because pimping ain't easy. So okay, so
I've never been a pimp. Pimping is a hard game. Pimping is I was more of a player. That's what I did.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So you having your wife made you change that aspect and made you want to be faithful in that aspect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. But I can also say in virtually all relationships that I got into with a woman, I was probably faithful in all of those but one.
Huh? So you were cheating in all the other relationships. So what is different in this marriage? Oh, you didn't cheat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All faithful.
I didn't cheat.
Okay. Sorry, apologies.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. So you haven't really been a person that's been. I get you. So when you're single, you're single. When you're in a relationship, you're in a relationship, basically.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That makes sense. Now, I mean, I'm definitely hearing what you're saying, and I'm definitely understanding where you're coming from. You're breaking down player game, you know what I mean, and stuff. So I can understand.
Man, I apologize for ruining the show. I came
in
the back end because I saw the title, and we just talked about the same thing.
You didn't ruin a thing. Bro. Kojo is getting ready to splice and dice some of these scenes. This is going to be great content. So no, you didn't ruin anything.
John,
you livened it up, bro.
You gonna find some of this guy tomorrow, boy.
hey, that's fine. Just give me a shout out at Figuring Ish Out. That's us. That's me. I have a crew with me. Yeah.
We're definitely gonna have you back on, especially with the men's panel. I think it'd be good to have you. You've been 10 years married, and that's a serious thing, Joe. Do you know what I mean? So let me ask a question. So obviously, 10 years in, what's made this marriage worthwhile for you then? So you've been in a marriage for 10 years. What's made it worthwhile? Like, you know what I mean? Because you could easily be bored and say, I ain't doing this no more. So what's made it worthwhile in a decade for you?
Man, I tell most men, a lot of men can be successful without having a woman by their side, but most of us can't. And I never had sustained success until I met my wife, because then there was a person that I had to be responsible for.
Now, pause that. Wait, before you go further, let's hold that thought there. Do you hear that, ladies? You see? He's coming round to us now. Come on, Mr. Life. Give it to him again. Say that again, because this is where they're going to give you your brownie points. Okay?
This is where they're going to give me my
trousers going to come into play.
They're going to give me my brownie points. Because now there's a person that I have to be responsible for, and a person that I have to be accountable to. When I was single, I could just run like a wild child, do what I want to do with my money, and really didn't have to worry about trying to actually grow inside my career. But when you got a wife there, you got to think about the long game. And so I can definitely say my income tripled from the time that I met my wife to the time. Well, my income doubled the week that we got married. And since then, it's tripled. And that says a lot, because if my wife wasn't there to be a conduit or my right arm or a driving force to help me but to actually, what's what I'm looking for, encourage me to become the man I need to be, I don't think I'll be here. I give my wife never takes credit, but I give her like 100% of the credit, because I can guarantee you, I would probably be still doing my thing, because it was all about the hunt, the drive, and having fun. And when you have something there, just like, oh, I got this in front of me, I got to really work on something. So yeah, she helped me. I had some mentors as well, but yeah, that's what's the driving force. I hope I answered that.
No, you answered that beautifully, and the reason why I want to ask that, because I think, as much as obviously we've talked about the game and talked about playing the game and all that kind of stuff, the fact that you've done 10 years is a big thing. Do you know what I mean? And for me, I believe man to man, it deserves to be celebrated. Do you know what I mean? And, I always try to tap in at least to find some information in terms of, like, for yourself, because the funny thing is, we're quite similar. The history of what I've moved like is quite similar. So that's why I'm laughing, because a lot of the way you think is the way I think. Do you know what I mean? And that's why I was talking about the immovable force. It's like when you meet someone else who's a immovable object, that's where oftentimes you kind of you're like, oh, I need to, I found something that just makes me want to change the trajectory of where I'm going from. But then I also wanted to find out how you've been able to, why you decided to maintain it as well. So you said, and this is probably my last question in regards to your marriage. So obviously you said, you give her the credit, everything like that, etc., etc. And obviously the fact that, you've done 10 years. My question here then is, if there's a young man out there, a young man who isn't married, is single, and he's knocking them down, he's knocking them down. What's going to be your advice at this point? Because you're telling us that your life improved when you got married. Your life improved. So I want to know, what would be your advice for a young man? He's in his 20s. He's knocking them down. He's got a bit of change in his pocket. He's doing what he wants to do. It's looking all good. But I want to know, what kind of advice would you give that young man from your perspective now?
First thing I tell him, vision, purpose, and plan. I think every man needs a vision, purpose, and plan. I tell everybody that I had no game. Women just purely understood. Women purely understood my story because I had a vision, purpose, and a plan, no matter what I was doing. And then you got to have some form of self-control. So I sit down and talk to them, just like, man, you're playing a deadly game. So make sure that you're messing with women that don't have anything to lose. Because my main thing back then and there, I would go to my personal experience and talk to them about, like, hey, this is what I've done. I only mess with women that had something going on for themselves. I didn't I didn't go to the bottom of the barrel. I stayed at a certain level. And this is what I mean. I usually like ladies that was actually in college or going for their masters, PhDs, professors. That was kind of my lane, my vein. Why was that? Because I know those women that actually that young and on a career-driven path did not want to get pregnant. So now that kind of take that off the table at that point in time, because she has something that she's trying to accomplish. So, but if you're messing with women that don't have any goals or nothing that they're trying to accomplish, or they are not fully driven inside school, just stay away from them, bro. Don't mess with them tight. If you can't find a woman, and that's the first thing that I would say. Next thing is, man, get on your purpose and your plan. Why are you here? Because I squandered probably my 20s messing around. So what is your purpose and your plan for your life? Because I can guarantee you the women would be there later on in life if you actually just get on your purpose and plan right now. And basically with the same thing that I talked to him about right now, man, guard your penis. It's a sacred tool. It can be used for good and evil. Sammy, what that meant?
Well done. I agree with the last part. Your body is sacred, and everyone can have it.
Yeah, man.
That was good. Listen, that was good. Listen, I appreciate Mr. Life, because that was, I know, I totally understand where you're coming from, right? Because you're a person that is strategic, and I always say this as well on the channel. I said people that are strategic look much colder than other people who don't know how to break down actually what they're seeing. And so similarly to you, I totally understand where you're coming from, because you're thinking about moves, because you have to be, that's the kind of mind that you have. And so I appreciate you sharing that and breaking that down, because it makes me look good and not look bad anymore. So you can take over my role. But listen, we've reached a 4-hour mark, guys. Sorry, we've reached a 4-hour mark, and that was actually the maximum as well. But listen, this conversation has been amazing, and it's taken a turn that I didn't think it would take this turn, but you know what? It's been interesting. And I'm going to chop up the conversation so you guys can see it in smaller chunks, so you can actually digest it in time. Mr. Life, you've been an absolute pleasure. Sammy, you've been a pleasure. David, you've been a pleasure. Sean, Jay, Mocha. I know Jay didn't get to speak, but Mocha, Corey, Doctor, and Keisha. Honestly, we appreciate you guys joining this conversation. Next Tuesday, we go again with an open panel. You know what I'm saying? Don't be afraid to come on cam if you can. I know some of you can't because obviously your jobs and stuff, but if you can, listen, we don't mind. Put a baseball cap on, put a hoodie on, put a turban on, put anything you want, do whatever you want, do rag, whatever. We don't judge around here, right? But it'll be great to have you guys next week as well to have a conversation. Sunday, we have the men's panel. We haven't got a topic as of yet, so we're gonna get a topic for that. And then we'll be back on again Thursday night for Married at First Sight. If you watch Sisters, we'll be also on that before Married at First Sight. And then on Saturday we have Ready to Love once again. So it's gonna be a busy week ahead of ourselves. But it's been interesting. I can't lie to you. I'm sure we'll chop it up behind the scenes as well. But someone said they ain't got no work done. Gigi, listen, if you listen to us, you ain't gonna get no work done. Make sure you guys like, share, subscribe, and I'm loving these compliments. About 4 hours has flown by. That tells me you've enjoyed yourself. You like it, you share, you subscribe. Watch out for the chop ups because I'm gonna edit this up. Okay, we have to go viral. Okay, Mr. Life gonna go viral. I'm gonna make him go viral. Okay, Mr. Pimpology 100. But listen, it's been great. It's been amazing. But wait, before I go, Sean, please do the honors. Give us a benediction before we go. Apologies, I almost forgot.
Oh man, I don't even think I could do it a good service, but I'm gonna give it. I'll give it the good old college try. Listen, we went down a bunch of different avenues tonight, but I think all roads lead to be honest. I think all roads lead to accept the truth from the person that's telling it to you, right? Unless they show you something different. Also, beware of wolves in sheep's clothing, right? Don't get taken, don't get taken astray, and ultimately, don't create, right? Don't create in somebody what is not there. And make sure that you're led in relationship by what are the things that are going to drive that relationship to make that relationship healthy, and don't create in a person, man or woman, something that is not there. Back to you, Coach.
Appreciate it, Sean. Thank you. Listen, it's been a great conversation, and if you get a time to listen to some of these parts back, I'll try and put timestamps on this one because I know it's a bit of a long one, so that you can choose the parts that you actually like. But yeah, no, it's been great, and I can't wait for next week's conversation. This is the kind of stuff we love on this channel. So if you listen, get in early because we only got 10 spaces on the panel when we do next week. So if you don't get in early, you're gonna miss out. I know a few people are trying to join a little bit later on, but listen, like, share, subscribe as always. Share this with someone. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. We'll see you again on Thursday night. It's gonna be interesting, y'all. It's gonna be interesting. Much love.